5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go!
I just restarted OBS. Yep, got microphones back as well. So, sorry guys, we had quite a few people watching, and obviously we lost that feed, but it looks like everything is back.
The new feed.
We're back streaming again. So just gonna get everyone back on board. Where did like 20 odd people watching, now I'm down to one.
Oh, okay, that's very good. All right. Well, hopefully they're all.
So testing, are we back?
You haven't got a view of this camera.
So let's have a look what we're missing.
PC cam.
PC cam. Now let's bring those back in. There we go. Should bring us back in nicely. There we are. And we've got our ugly mugs back as well.
Yeah.
All right. So sorry guys, screen froze, everything froze. I don't know what caused that, but anyway, we are back. So your time's up a little bit better from what you did on qualifying.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah. Scott, I know I spoke to Scott and his tyres he hadn't glued them properly and they were falling off.
Oh, okay.
So he went straight into green before even getting onto the track to fix his tyres. And I also heard Chris had an issue with his tyres as well. So he took his car to sort his tyres out.
Yeah, so he lost.
And they both lost a lot in that very first heat.
Yep.
Which is frustrating and disappointing. He's got to get through to the top 12. Chris is running some pretty good times now. So he might squeeze in. It's going to be tight. The lap times are down a little bit on yesterday with these cars, so they're not running quite as quick as the GT2s. But
One through, I think, if I saw correctly, Chris was about 151 seconds. He lost in that first heat. Calculate out that that's a lapse, but yeah, he's got a bit of work to do there.
Yeah, it certainly has, and it's but he is running a fair bit quicker than the bottom half of them, so there's a chance.
Yeah, yeah.
He's got to run. He's got to run well for the rest of the heats. But yeah, he's going to struggle.
Get the feedback there, or
we may have to restart this feed. Actually, to be honest, on here also. All right, guys. So I think we are. Are we back?
Yeah, I just saw myself over there.
Yeah, I just need to try and get the comment to come back up. No, they're not got comments.
Chat.
Right. All right. Looks like we've got it all back up and running, but I'm not seeing the comments.
Nobody commented, maybe.
Maybe no one's commenting. Does someone send me a comment to check that I've got this working? I'll pick it up with the Comment, yeah.
One of your own comments, of course. Appeared that might be a good start, but yeah.
It's,
Heat over.
yeah, a little bit odd.
30 seconds. Here, things have gone quiet. Oh, okay. We're gonna. Oh,
All right, so let's have a look what we've got down there.
let's take like 20 seconds. Here. Oh, no, she-
Hang on. So much wrong. You're down here. Is that you?
Yeah.
That's the right feed.
That was the right feed. No one gets through the comments.
That's the whole good. There's something hour ago. This is something. All right. There we go. I think we're on the right one now. All right, we had a bit of a mix up there. We're just watching Anthony racing, and he's up here with me, so I knew something was wrong. So, all right, so yeah, bit of a hiccup there. Looks like we've got a few of the guys back. There's 14 guys back with us, so we lost a fair few there. My apologies for that. So yeah, system's a bit all over today.
Looking down at the track to see what's
No, it's not too far there. No, the guys walking through weren't too far.
Yes.
No, there's the start line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
Yeah, we're pretty good.
Oh, yeah, looking all right. Oh, I think I'm in the next piece. I'll have to water down in a moment. But is that frozen?
No.
No, just
So that's where we're at.
3, 2,
yeah. Well, the YouTube
1.
Yeah.
Go.
is actually obviously normally if you send the drills to be
But we're pretty
synced
consistent
up
here, yeah.
we're
So
looking
which is
at
what we
versus
need.
what the race training failing.
So we've got Nick, Nicky, Scott, Jane, Paul, and Aaron in this one. So we're in heat 7 of 22.
Aaron's struggling with a bit of traction from what I saw. So
Yeah.
Aaron's not. It's good that he's turned up to have a go today. He's normally one of the good flexi drivers.
Yeah, he is, and he doesn't normally run these, but like I say, early hours this morning, he sent me a message and said, "Can I race? Do you have a car?" So he'd obviously been watching the live feeds or something yesterday and went, "Oh, that's good. I'm going to get involved in this."
Yep.
So, yeah, so he's come down and joined us for the day.
Excellent. Sunny.
And it is a good race, so just not normally 132 still.
Normally preps good flexi.
Oh, he can build a fast flexi and a fast wing car, that's for sure. That's, I believe he's loaned this car from Chris. I did offer him my Lister and my F333, but he decided to go with Chris's Porsche.
Chris normally produces a pretty good car as well.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so
it's just heading this one out.
And 7.2, 7.4, 7.3 is best lap times definitely down a bit.
It's easy. Yeah, it's pretty easy for a Revo. On a good day, they'll get well into the sixes. Well, top they can vary a little bit. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll go.
Are you on the next one?
On the next one, so I'll go down and do some marshalling duties, and I'll have a long break at some stage. So come back up for that.
All right, we'll catch you in a bit. Good luck with the racing. move across on seat. So Nick there got a 3-second gap on the rest of the field.
Yellow flag.
I'll just share this link on Facebook.
3, 2, 1, go.
Nick holding on to that lead. Sorry, while I just posting the live feed, the new link onto Facebook. There we go. So I have a delivery. Yeah. Right. So I have just had my delivery of coffee and food. Can't be bad. So 37 seconds to go in this one. Nick still holding on to that lead, almost a lap in front of the other guys. 5.9 second gap there, so pretty much nearly a lap in front. So hopefully we'll get some good racing. Um, du- 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 du. So just coming to the end there. Nick there getting in the front with a lap. So where does that take us? So Nick's up front at the moment, 122. Not everyone's done the same number of heats. It's very hard to see. Anthony B and Peter there are a heat down. So we have 40 laps onto them too. That'll give them to 124. So that's going to take them up above Nick and that as well. So it's very hard to see where people are actually lying on this on the leaderboard at the moment.
Heat over.
So a few of the guys watching looks like Luke at RevoSlot kind of join us. How you going, Luke? I see that you put into have the Revos at yours next year. I will say I was hoping to keep it here as a permanent feature, and that's why I don't take on any of the other brands. But look, we'll let the powers that be make those decisions. And what happens, happens, and I'll happily go along with whichever way it goes. But as long as we keep slot car racing going throughout Australia, that is my only concern. The whole reason this was put together was for racing, so I've got no issues whichever way it falls. And as long as we keep these guys racing and keep these events going and keeping cars on tracks, then like I say, I'll still provide you guys and everywhere else with assistance when I can. And let's just keep the racing in Australia strong. All right. So next up, Anthony, Paul, Andrew, Steve, and Gary. So heat 8 of 22 in the RevoSlot Championships Day
4,
3.
3,
So
2,
let's see
1,
who's first across that
go.
line. Right, Anthony pushed across there. So 7-1, is someone going to get into the sixes? Anthony getting close to it there with a 7-0, 7-2. Steve following the 7-1. Paul there pulled a 7-0-5. Good quick lap time there from Paul as well. So not much of a gap, 1.2 second gap between Anthony and Steve. So a little bit of a spread on the field there. Paul and Andrew are quite close to each other. So Paul trying to chase Andrew down there, hoping to get past. And there we have it. There's the takeover. Paul now in front of Andrew. No, another change there. No, yeah. Steve dropped down there. Looked like Steve had an off there with a 9.72. Unfortunate for Steve. Dropped him down a couple of paces. Anthony pulling into the 6.9s now. So 3 minutes to go in Heat 8 of 22 here at the RevoSlot Championships. So anyone that's just joined us, this is day 3 of racing, 3 individual races. No overall winner as such on these. We run it as 3 individual classes. So this is the GT class, starting off 22 racers, all qualified. Then running through the main race in groups by qualification. And 5-minute heats, 22 heats, 5-minute heats. The top 12 will go through to the semi-finals, which is a speed heat of 2-minute heats. And then the top 6 from that will battle it out for podium positions in 5-minute heats. So Anthony holding on to his lead there, a little bit of a gap, 2.5 seconds. So about a third of a lap in front of Paul. Paul's managed to pull a bit of a gap between himself, Steve and Andrew. Well, 29 laps from Anthony at the moment, with around about 1.5 minutes to go. So a bit of a mix of cars in the racing today. We've got Porsche, Ferraris, F33s, Listers, Toyotas, Corvettes, Mercedes. So there's a fair mix of cars out there today, which is nice to see. Tell Nick not to miss at all. Yeah, blocking half the track, and he's a big unit. So 30 seconds to go. Anthony holding on to that lead. Nothing much in it between him and Paul, though. Only, like I say, half a lap probably behind. Well, these guys finishing on 41 laps. Anthony squeezing in the 42 there just at the last second.
Heat over.
So there we go. 42, 41, 40, 40. So a little bit in it, half a lap between them. So it's just a quick look at the sorry, it was 1-1. So not like I say, it's a very mix up of heats at the moment of who's gone where with the number of heats. So currently showing Anthony up there, but these next guys here, Peter, Rick, Dave, Kevin, Saul, and Wells, have yet to run. So after this heat, will probably give us a slightly better indication of where the heat list is currently at. But again, won't be exact. Yeah, so we'll let these guys get themselves organised now for the changeover. So all cars back to Parc Fermé in the scrutineering area straight after they've completed their heat. No work can be done on the cars in between the heats. They have the countdown to just clean the tyres before they put them back into Parc Fermé, and they have the countdown before putting them back on the track also to do a little bit of tyre cleaning and prep. So they have basically a minute and a half in between heats to just clean tyres and bits and pieces. But as these guys get to the countdown, all the other cars must be back in Parc Fermé now. And then we've got these guys on the start line.
5, 4,
Ready to go.
3,
See a bit of a mix of cars
2,
out there today.
1, go.
And they're off. Let's see who's first across the line. Rosie. Rosie in blue. Now Rick's stuck in there, so it was 6.9, getting straight into the sixes there with Rick. Walder taking that lead back there. No, Rick taking it back from Wellesley. These two are battling. Saul's heading his way up towards them as well. No, Wellesley then off. So that's unfortunate. Knocked him right down to the bottom. So now Saul and Peter both neck and neck as they come round. These two just fought the whole way through the racing yesterday. Peter and Saul were just a race to watch. Those two guys were neck and neck in half the heats. And it looks like they're going to do the same in this one. Well, Rick just holding on to that lead in front at the moment. Saul's dropped down there a little bit. And Kevin pulling through. No, Saul's back up there again. He pulled a 6.9 and jumped in front. All right, Saul found a second gear or something then and jumped right up. I haven't looked what's in my little container here yet. Got some little quiche things. I'll do, keep my snacks going. So Saul there now in front position. And he was. And now he's in third. That's changing pretty quick. So Rick, Kevin and Saul are really battling it out there at the top. Peter coming through again. This is quite a good heat, actually. Pardon me while I eat as well at the same time. So Kevin right up there now. So Kevin starting to close that gap on Rick and stretch away from the Peter Saul's dropped up a fair bit there, so he must have had an offer something. He's a couple of seconds behind now in the other guys. Kevin's pushing hard to try and catch Rick. I think I did say in qualifying that I had a feeling Kevin was going to be one to watch today. And I may have been right. Definitely closing that gap now on Rick. One minute to go. Can Kevin pull that gap on Rick? No, looks like Rick's stretching it out a little bit, actually. Rick's seen him coming and gone, nah, you're not having it. I'm out of here. Yeah, Rick's definitely stretching that gap back out. He might have relaxed off a bit, seen Kevin come in and gone, nah, I've got to keep this pace up. And yeah, definitely started to pull that gap away again. So Rick now pulling 0.6 of a second gap between him and Kevin.
Heat over.
Not much in it, 42.2, 42.1, 41.9. So pretty tight there at the top again. Let's just a quick look at the results to see where they're looking. Okay, so Anthony's actually doing pretty good there at 126, Peter 126, Wellesley 124, Saul 123, Dave 123, Nick 122. So that's probably a pretty accurate leaderboard at the moment. I know the heats aren't exact, but that's not going to be far off because some of them top guys are all up there. The only one I can't see there is Kevin. Let me just see if I can pull that list a little bit. A little bit longer. Quickly have a look. So where's Kevin currently at? So Kevin's currently at 83, but he's still a heat behind the other guys. So if we had another 40 laps onto that, taking 123, he's been averaging 41, so 124. So he's going to be up there around about the third place, I would say. Kevin, a guess on that one? I'll just shrink that back down again so it's out of the view. Hopefully, right. So yeah, so I reckon Kevin's right up there anyway. I'm guessing about third place. So Saul's working on his tyres at the moment. Needs to nurse them, bring to 6.8 the test.
5,
He
4,
can't hold it, so it's
3,
slower.
2, 1.
So here we go with heat 10. So Nick was across the line first, and then Chris took him. we'll try and have a look at the heat list after this run and see if we can work out whether Chris and Scott are going to get enough laps in to try and get through into that top 12. We had a bit of a rocky start. Scott's times are not really, I don't think, going to be quick enough to pull him through. Chris has been pulling some pretty good times, but they've still both got a lot of work ahead of them to catch the rest of the pack. Best lap time for there, Chris, 7-0. Probably about half a lap in front of Nick. Yeah, Chris lost a lot of laps. I think it was around about 180 seconds or something he lost on the track, which is a fair bit, 3 minutes. So yeah, it's going to be somewhere around the 20 lap mark. Some issue with tyre prep right at the beginning, but him and Scott had issues. And Scott didn't even start the race. Initially, he was at Park Ferme with his glue and everything ready. So at the start of the very first heat of this race, Scott had to fix his tyres, which he realised when he did qualifying there was a problem with that. So 2 minutes to go. Nick has pinched the lead there off Chris. Him and Chris are neck and neck as they go around. Oh, yep, Chris got it back. With nothing in it, 0-0-2 gap. There you go again. Yep, there's nothing in it though with those two guys. So Chris and Nick really battling out with this in this heat. Chris starting to pull away just a little bit there on Nick now. For a time there, they were neck and neck as they were going through the line. So 50 seconds left of this heat. Let's see if we can have a look at how Chris is tracking. So I think this is Chris's third heat. I don't need to check that. All right, just getting down to 10 seconds left. Chris has held the lead, but it's pretty tight there with Nick, Shane. And there's not much in it there with these guys. Very hard to get to pull back and get ahead when you've lost the laps that both poor Chris and Scott did lose. Let's just go at this heat list. Just going to make some adjustment for a quick second while we're not looking at the race. So, know what I did there? That's more like it. All right. So looking at that, where's Chris sitting there? Chris is sitting in 14. I'm not sure on, like I said, the number of heats. Yeah, he's got a bit to go. 103, yeah. So I think he's going to need to be up at the 112 mark really to get through. 113 somewhere to get through. Um, which is pushing a lot. He really needs to be gaining, 5 laps in each heat, and he's not going to do that. So it's yeah, I don't think it's possible for him to get back up there, unfortunately. But he's fighting. He's giving it his best shot. And I'm sure we'll be looking at how many laps he lost, and then yeah, sort of realizing it was issue due to tyres and set up initially. All right, so we've got Andrew, Tim, Steve, Paul, and Gary
5,
up on this
4,
next one.
3, 2, 1. Go.
And there we go. We're off. And who's the first across the line is going to be Tim. So Tim's first time on this track this weekend. He's done pretty good to his first time he's entered this event. I think he's the only one here that has not been at the event before. So most of the guys are here every single year.
Yellow flag.
But Tim decided this year he wanted to come down and join us. And quite a few guys there commenting through the comments and that over the last few days,
3, 2,
talking want to get down
1.
here and give it a try
Go.
as well. And by all means. Yep. So, Anthony's here to join us.
Break in the middle.
We'll just try and calculate through, and it's looking hard for Chris to pull into the top 12.
Oh, okay, right.
He's got to gain like 4 or 5 laps extra on some of the other guys each time.
Yeah, right.
And, he's probably going to finish up middle of the pack somewhere. Don't know whether it'll be enough to pull him into the top 12. Just too many laps lost in that first heat. And that's the thing, and it's to sort of
Yellow flag.
get your tyres checked, double check it
3,
all before you
2,
put them into scrutineering.
Go.
Once you've done it and you realise the fault after qualifying, it's too late. But anyway.
Story you done change it? Yeah. Yep. Really good. You got your studio lights on fire.
No, I've not had that one. I normally have that one on there.
That's fair enough. Yep. No, I can sense.
Slightly mad. Saying hi, Anthony.
Good night.
So we've got Paul in this, and Tim's done pretty well, saying that Tim's this is his first time at this event and on these tracks.
Okay, yep.
When the rest of the guys have all been here before. So he wants to come down and join this year, and I talked to him yesterday, and he's had an absolute ball. He's loving it.
Yeah, no, he's been setting some good times. I think I'll see him in the 7-0s and whatnot, which is always quite respectable. The Revos.
Yeah, that's quite funny because it's the first time he's ever been here, and then on Friday, in qualifying, he was first up.
Yeah,
And then
he was.
It's like, really?
Yeah, so it's all randomised. Yeah, there's always a number called or asked for from a random person in the crowd. Yeah. Click the button X number of times, and
yeah, which everyone could see. Everyone's laughing about it because we can see how fair it's run.
yeah.
So Paul's holding on to his lead in this one, though. 3.2 second lead over Tim.
It's on half a lap. So
Yeah.
but the racing is going very well. It's quite clean. There's minimal yellow flags. So
Yeah, there hasn't been many stoppages today at all, which is good.
yeah, the whole weekend.
Times are a little bit slower, These cars seem to be running a little bit slower than yesterday, but consistent throughout the group. But yeah, not so much yellow flags or anything. So this everyone seems to be keeping the racing nice and tidy and clean, which is good.
They're keeping a whole lot up their sleeves, or they just cars are doing what they can do, and they're always close.
We're just under a minute, just over a minute to go, and Paul holding that lead, stretching out a little bit on the rest of the pack.
So we gained another 7 lead over Tim.
You're going pretty good, actually. You're up toward the top on the leaderboard, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd sort of knocking around just on the 7th.
Not that it really matters where you position, as long as you get in the top 12, but you're up at the top of those. Looking at the calculations, you're up in the top few there.
Oh, man, he's going down to have a look. Yeah.
Question coming through from Andrew for you there, answer.
Do you have any trouble prepping the tyres this year? I'm happier with the tyres today, Andrew. I've got to say they come up a little bit better. So I haven't had any particular concerns with them sort of tearing up or graining like I've seen some of the other ones, but I've tried to be as easy as I can when sanding them.
Over.
So you don't get too much heat into them.
What's Chef doing on the floor? Who's she tracking down?
Somebody or
She's up to. She's tracking someone down. There we go.
she's in a
Yeah.
all right.
The man who's running our cafe area is obviously got a question or other there about someone about their lunch.
Correction for Chris. Chris V needs to make up for that. 12 like that.
Yeah, so probably about that. So he's got a fair few, so he's got a fair few laps on each heat to try and gain. I'm under there collecting plates that the guys are leaving all over the shore, tidying the room up. A couple of hits there and the warm up. Who we got? So seems a bit of a battle in the last one. Kevin was racing well. He's going to be up there today, I think. Yeah, and he seems to be coming up a little bit stronger again today, to be honest. Look at a bit of a mix of the cars on the line. What we got in this one? So we got a Toyota.
3, 2.
Yeah, can be quick getting them on the line and getting out of the way, guys. Come on. Jesus.
Off I go. Yeah, right.
Okay, that was right. The people still stood in front of the track because they were setting up near enough then. Yeah, so very late in getting out of the way of the track.
Paul's got a really good time here, and Rick's just on the cusp of the 6-second lap as well, and has been going under now. Rick's 7:07.2, so he's kind of close as well, and all the other guys at the moment smashing at 7:2s.
And there's a little bit of I guess, they're calculating the way they race, and as long as they get through in the top 12, they know they're happy. So some of the guys are sort of racing a bit careful and protecting the tyres that little bit, knowing that they've got the semis and the finals to come.
Yep.
You know, there's one of the guys just saying if you racing too hard and we keep spinning out and running your tyres across that road,
It'll
it's
get
going
into
to
them,
it's
yeah.
going to tear your tyres up, and that's
Yeah.
why a lot of the guys at the end of the race are turning the cars over and
Red
going,
flag.
"Why is one tyre torn up and the other's not?"
Mhm.
Because on a certain corner they keep tailing out and spinning that tyre across the braid, it's going to affect it.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
So yeah, certainly the name of the games to get through, but obviously with a car that's best condition as possible. So he's had a bit of a pause there, but they're off to them. That's happy.
So heat 12 to 22 there. Eric holding the lead there of 0.23 seconds.
So, well, based on these sort of times, you think these guys are probably be in the top 6 in the top 12 of me. So
Kevin's a little bit slower in this, but he's in blue lane, which is a gutter
Yeah,
lane, and
but everybody else
one of
is
them
only
lanes
two.
that you can get used to and get to like. It just take a little bit of time to get the feel for it.
Yeah, it's probably that second corner, the first right hand is probably the hardest one. It's got that real tight little kickback as it comes around before it opens up into the left hand bank.
Yeah. Yeah, 27 guys watching at the moment.
Very good. Good AL. All right.
The Rick's there, sort of pulling that out. It's almost a whopping. No, 0.6. Sorry, 0.6.
Dropped back there a little bit at the moment.
He's coming back up. He's coming
back in front of Dave there. So
yep, he's working his way up. He's got some 6.9s coming through. Whatever, so 7.0.
Phil's got some pace here. He's working way back up. Yeah. Yep.
We're starting to reducing that gap on Eric. I think we're holding quite steady between them.
Probably have maybe 50 tyres chasing that down. But, hopping around that 4 seconds. There's constantly there's niggle around the 6.9s here. Eric's in the 7.1s. Gap might narrow up a little bit if that's those times stay consistent.
Yeah, but as I say, we don't. We just need to get through that top 12.
Yep.
Think about the rest of the racing at the rest of the day, your semis and your finals.
With the 20 guys trackside, I normally just make sure as I come up, I'll have a word to whoever there beside and make sure to excuse myself to come up. So I'll do my time down there as well. But
22 races, should be plenty of marshals. So, Bill Rick there holding on to that lead. It's just 10 seconds to go. So who's going to finish on the end of the 41, 42 laps?
Yeah. So obviously ease there a little bit.
There we go. 41.8, 41.6, and 40.9. Nothing much in those. Nothing much in the top 5, really.
Very close.
So it has been close racing all weekend, which has been good.
Certainly, yeah. It's it's been fantastic, and some of the times have been extraordinary close. It shows you how well they make some of these cars are, and everybody's
So there, so yeah. 164, 163, 163. There's not a lot there in them top few.
Okay, yeah, Wellesley. Nick's back up in amongst that as well. So Nick's in another group. And we can't scroll on this screen, can we? The figure. That's not that.
What I can do for you is into properties. What I can do.
Yeah, right. Well,
So there you go. So I can do that for you. So have a quick look while we're waiting for the next heat to start. That gives you a bit of an idea. So no, I mean, looking at yourself there, 126. So you had 42 laps onto that one. I'll give you 168. So 126. But you were up there a little bit. So yeah, so you're right up there. So yeah, so that just sort of shows you that.
Really up there 13. I think I'm back in hot water. So always got to keep an eye on that.
So I'm just going to remove that back down and change that quickly before we get into the racing again. So a bit of manipulating things that we go.
Yep.
We'll transition onto the line, see the line. Down. Here we go, and let me quickly interact and look back to the live race there. And then first one across the lines, Nick. Well, while you're in the driver's seat, I'm going to quickly.
Yeah, right. Will you just
right?
Yep.
I can.
So Nick's holding an early lead in this heat, 1.2 seconds on Chris at the moment. So Chris started off well. The best lap time there is 6.946. He's obviously trying his hardest to make up the ground he lost early on of 6.953. So he's on the gas there. Watching well, if he's endeavoured to get back up into the top. Well, with everybody else, everybody wants to get there. See, like it's all racing. Good and clean, minimal yellow flag. As we go in this heat, times have just eased there slightly from their first few laps. Where he started each heat do the clean of the tyres and whatnot, which can help no end. Chris is like times. His fist's been pretty good. He must have lost it at 1.6 seconds somewhere, so he's had a little moment early on where he didn't quite see. So we're bringing him in, Mike's making his way back. Sort of started off, these back into the 7.273s.
Yeah, that was sort of.
And Chris was obviously in the 6.9s, did a couple of 6.9 second laps. So the first half, I think. And,
yeah, not knowing of any motor issues, Glenn. Just a couple of guys that didn't have their tyres that glued quite right, and which unfortunately didn't highlight to themselves when they did the practice runs. And it was in qualifying that they noticed the issue, which meant it had to be fixed then under green. So unfortunately, Chris D and Scott W were the two guys with tyre issues right at the very beginning of the racing. Chris has been pulling some pretty good times as well, and it's be a shame that he doesn't get through to the semis because of that tyre issue, because he's running quite good.
yeah.
Yeah, John, just following on from what we were just saying there. Thank you, John, for replying back to these guys. I don't always see the messages straight away.
Yep. No, well, I think I've got a heat coming up, so I better make my way down there and get ready to have another run around.
Get your trigger finger warmed up. Well, good luck.
See how we go. I'm being orange up the way.
All right. So, where we are? My chest volume, huh? All right, so just over a minute to go. Nick's held on to that lead pretty much. Him and Chris are up at the top. A bit of a gap between the rest of the field there. So 1.1 second gap between Nick and Chris, and then there's another 10-second gap after that. So those two guys pulling through quite quickly compared to the rest of the guys on there. So a good lap and a half in front. Right, so that's coming towards the end of heat 13 of 22. We are past the halfway mark in the main race of the RevoSlot Championships GT. It's our third race over 3 days. And yeah, these guys have done well. It's been some tight racing over these last few days, and been awesome to watch. So there we go. Nick pulling a 40, Chris 40, and
Heat over.
yeah. So just looking at race results there. Let me just see if I can just bring that up a little bit bigger so you guys can see that. Chris is currently sitting on 12. I'm not sure where that is in there because everyone's not done the same number of heats, so it's very hard to see whether that's a genuine. He could squeeze through at this. So Chris and Scott were the two guys that had problems with the tyres. Currently at 12 and 13. Can you see Chris has pulled back a fair bit there at 143 compared to Scott's 132. So he's definitely is pulling laps back. He may squeeze in. That's going to be one lucky guy if he can squeeze through into that top 12. So, as I say, some of the guys, Eric and that, are still a heat behind. So let's see where they bring it up. So we've got a few guys there that are coming through. I think now, unfortunately, no, I think that's going to drop Chris down. Yeah, there's definitely a few guys there still in the 80s, so they've got a couple of heats to come. Yeah. Fortunately, Chris, I don't think there's going to be enough, but no, it's so hard to tell with these mixed heats.
5, 4,
Right,
3,
let's get into this
2,
next one.
1.
So Steve, Anthony, Gary,
Go.
Tim, the other Steve, and Paul. So first one across the line is going to be Tim. Enjoying Tim. Anthony taking him all around there. So Anthony just pulling away a little bit there on Tim. Gary working his way up. Anthony's time's a little bit quicker than the other guys. Steve L's trying to pull some faster times there. He's going to try and gain over Paul soon. Steve L and Paul battling this one out. So Gary coming through there. No, back down. Pretty tight though, there though, with these guys in the middle of the pack. Anthony's stretching that gap out a little bit there with a 2-second gap over Tim. Steve L managed to squeeze through over Paul there, so 2-7. So Anthony there, the only one in the 60s. Steve L with a 7.046, which is pretty close. All right, just a few comments there, a few guys chatting. So, yeah, look, there's Eric and that of a couple of heats behind still. You get a few sit outs with there being 22 races. There's got to be a few sit outs, and that's what they're on at the moment. So they will come back in, and as soon as they do, they're going to hit straight back to the top of that leaderboard, which unfortunately drops people like Chris down a few pegs. So yeah, it's still looking very doubtful for Chris, but he's putting on a good show and a good battle, and he's definitely gained a few laps. And looking at the times he's doing, if he did get through to the semis, he'd be right up there with the top guys. Well, Anthony pulling that gap there now. There's about a 4-second gap between Anthony and Steve. Tim there in third place. Just slightly behind Steve there by just under 2-second gap. Another 2-second gap between Tim and Paul. Around about a 3-4 second gap between Paul and Gary. And another 5-second gap between Gary and Steve. A little bit of a spread field there. Just over 20 seconds to go. Storky came in this morning, guys, and
Heat over.
grabbed his gear and said he wasn't feeling well and he'd been ill all night. So he should have been in this race today, but he pulled out due to not feeling good. So he arrived this morning, said he wasn't feeling too good, and took his gear and went home. So he had left it all here yesterday, assuming he was going to be racing. All right, so let's have a look where that is. So that one there as well dropped Chris down to 16, who I know we've all been watching. And as I say, you've still got Eric and Kevin and Peter, who are still to run. So no, it's not going to be enough. He's not going to be able to pull enough laps to take it back up there. So Nick up there at the top there. Looks like he's done an extra heat over some of the other guys though as well. So again, very hard to see. All right, now let's get back to the other side screen. And live race ready. And we'll just transition over to the start line. So this is going to bring these guys up a bit now. So Saul, Wayne, Wellesley, Eric, Kevin, and Rick. So normally a pretty good race between these guys.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Go.
So Eric pressed across the line, followed by Wayne. Wayne saw nothing in those two that could change it. It did. So Eric still holding that lead. Saul now in second place, followed by Rick. Well, followed by Wayne. So Rick and Wayne, they're pretty much fighting each other off. Looks like Wells has had an off there, drop down. So Saul taking the lead over Eric. Saul now pulling some fast times, but just had an off, unfortunately. Pushing maybe a little bit too hard. So 6-8 from Eric, 6-9 from Wayne, 6-9 from Rick, 6-8 from Saul. Some fast times starting to come through a little bit. Not as consistent, I would say, as yesterday, the times. Wayne up there. This is bouncing around a little bit today. So like Eric had an off there, Rick had an off. Well, Eric closing that gap a little bit there now on Wayne. Wayne's just steadily holding his own. Just halfway through this heat. Wayne at the top there. Eric trying to chase and get back to the top. I think we did offer to put the Crema in this class, John, but I don't think anyone actually took it up. It's pretty late in, and a lot of these guys have got the cars set up and tuned months in advance of the actual event. So Wayne still holding on to that lead there. Eric Stein's closing the gap now at 1.1 seconds. So these guys just need to do enough to get into the top 12. That's all they need. Doesn't matter whether you're first or whether you're 12. Just got to get through into the semis. Another off there. You got those. Wellesley. Wells got an off there. So Saul taking that lead from Wayne. And Eric Quinn now pulling through into second. So these three guys at the top are a fair bit of a lead over the rest of the guys in the heat, probably about 2/3 of a lap in front of them. Kevin Field not having the best heat on this one. He was pulling some pretty fast times earlier in the race, but seems to have slowed up a fair bit. 7:3 being his best time, and he was up there at the into the six. I'm pretty sure he got into the sixes at some point there, and was 7-0 and 7-1 most of the time. But seems to have lost a little bit there for some reason.
Over.
So Saul there with a 42.036. Eric very tight next to him with a 42.019. And nothing in it with Wayne as well with a 41.986. So some quick times there again. Let's let me manipulate this again, see if we can see a little bit more of the heat list while the guys change over. All right. So that throws Saul at the top with Wells it Nick. As I say, not everyone's done the same number of heats. So you got the Anthony, Paul, Kevin, Dave, Tim, Steve. They've all got to do another heat to catch up with these guys. So that will change that mix up a little bit as well. Yeah, let me get that back to the small screen. There we go. All right. Who's that in front of our start line? Mr. B.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sorry, guys.
Go.
No view of the start line there at all. Nope.
Yellow flag.
That was a pretty poor call there, Marshall. Someone shouts running, you've got to hit that button. Yeah, restart the heat, Anthony. That was a pretty slow call on that one. The runner was shouting for quite a bit. The lap went on after the runner was hit. Restarting that heat, that was a poor call. Runner was shouted, which means the car is on someone else's lane. When that happens, you have to hit the call button. That guy cannot control his car. It's going round, it's going under the bridge. He's not counting laps. So it was an extremely slow call on the call button. Definitely losing that racer at least a lap. Only 15 seconds or whatever into the heat. Just going to restart that heat because that was poor judgment call there by the marshals. So made the call to restart the heat. And to flick that over, so that's gone back
5,
to
4, 3,
the start.
2, 1. Go.
No. Let's get back into it. Yep, so there we go. We restarted that heat, and I think it was the fair thing to do. Um, Especially we're only like 15 seconds into it. There's no major change for anybody, apart from the person who's was in the wrong lane and not carrying laps. Chris is holding on to that lead there, followed by Aaron. A little bit slower times. Chris was in the sixes at 1.70s. Now he's sort of averaging 72, 73s. He did pull a 7-1, but definitely slower than it were. But he's in blue lane as well, which is a gutter lane. Chris holding on to his lead there, pulling away a little bit. 2.8 second gap between him and Nick. Aaron not far behind Nick there, 0.4 of a second gap. It's 16. 6 more heats to go. About 40. About 145, I would guess that one. Yeah, all right, so just under 2 minutes to go. Chris has held that lead there from the beginning. 3.5 seconds, half a lap lead on Nick. Aaron's been pretty much on Nick's tail throughout the whole of this heat. All right, less than a minute to go. Chris there, best lap time is 7-1. His lap time's a little bit down on what he was getting before. Yeah, he's mainly probably just doing his laps now, realizing he's not going to pull enough to get through into that top 12. Chris is having off there for Chris, so he's dropped him down into third, giving Nick the lead. All right, so the end of that heat, we've got Nick in first place, Aaron second, Chris third, Nicky fourth, Scott fifth, and Paul sixth. So not a great deal in it between top and bottom, to be honest. Couple of laps difference between them all. Did Paul go through? Someone's not gone through the finish line.
Heat over.
There we go. Someone's waved him off. Yeah, all right. So that's took Nick up there to the top, which I expected, but he's got an extra heat on everybody else at the moment. Yeah.
Heat over.
Not a complete true representative of where we're at. All right, next up, Gary, Andrew, Steve, Anthony B, Paul, and Tim. All right, so let's see, have a look at this start line. It's nice and clear. Sport too soon. There we go. First car on the line. When the seconds go, next car on the line. So we've got a couple of cars there starting to line up. Any Ferraris in this race? Yeah. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
There we go. First one across the line is going to be Anthony B. All right. Who's going to be the first one into the sixes? Is anyone going to get into the sixes? Oh, close there with Stephen, a 7061. No, Nancy with a 702. Yep, no one in the 60s yet. Stephen Anthony very close to him. There we go. Anthony's in the 60s. Only just with a 6967. Not much of a lead on Steve, but Steve's chasing him down. So heat 17 of 22. So 5-minute heats. So top 12 going through into the semis, and the top 6 from the semis going through to the finals on day 3 of the RevoSlot Championships. So Anthony just squeezing onto that lead over Steve. Steve is chasing him down. Oh, then by Paul, who's not far behind either. Quick time there by Anthony with a 6985, helping to stretch that lead out a bit. Another 6995. So a couple of sixes in a row there for Anthony again at 6992. So he's starting to pull that gap a little bit on Steve, not much though. Only 0.7 of a second behind. These guys continually fight for that pole position in every heat. been a big weekend of racing. It's been good racing, good tight racing. Halfway through the heat, Anthony holding on to that lead. We've increased that gap now to about 1.5 seconds on Steve. Behind him is Paul, Andrew, Gary, and Tim. Tim's lack of experience on the track shows up when you get into those gutter lanes like Blue. They're a lot harder when you're not used to them. Brad asking, do we run wing cars on this track? Wing cars do run on this track. We don't run it as a club race. We run flexes on a regular basis with different specs and that on them on this particular track. We have quite a lot of guys that come in through the week running their wing cars on this track and have quite a bit of fun with them. Lap record on this track is 2.3 seconds with a wing car. So we think of these guys, doing 7 seconds. The track record is 2.3 seconds with a wing car. So Steve taking that lead over Anthony. Didn't quite see what was happening there. I was just looking at the messages and reading them back. Yeah, John, you will have seen brushless cars running around this track on a regular basis. Friday night club racing has a class there of brushless, which is just a 3.2 kV. But the track record is held with a brushless car running a RevoSlot 11,000 kV motor. With a RevoSlot chip, and it was actually one of the very first RevoSlot motors and chips they produced, and it is still going strong. And that's the car that holds the track record here. Young 14-year-old guy called Luke pops in from Sydney, spends the day on the track, and pulls some extremely quick times. So Steve L pulled the lead there, and Anthony a 2.5 second gap there on him. So just at the end of that, so 41.7, Anthony on 41.3, Paul on 43, Andrew 39, Gary 39, and Tim 39. Yep, that one. So taking them up there. So definitely looking there that Anthony Soul, Paul and Steve are on the same heat. So Anthony, fair bit of a lead there for 4 laps on Saul. Saul's got the better lap times. Anthony's got a better average of 7.1. Saul's 7.2, Paul's 7.3, Steve's average 7.3. So showing there with his Anthony's consistency, which is something he's always pretty good at on our club racing nights. Very rare you see him come off. And sets a good car, but it's not just that. He races to the car's capability. If the car is not performing well, he changes his racing to make it stay on the track. Even if it's lower lap speeds, it's staying on the track. So it doesn't come off a great deal. And that's what makes him a good racer, I guess. Assessing the track, assessing the cars, and assessing how much he pulls the trigger at that time as well. Race of three, Steve, I believe he's about 74 years young from Adelaide. So here we go.
4,
Heat
3,
18.
2,
Wellesley Pete,
1.
Kevin Wayne,
Go.
Rick and Eric. Yeah, couple of spectators in from the public enjoying the racing. A couple of local guys that over the last few months have really started getting into the slot cars and really loving it. So very new to them, absolutely loving it. So they've come in for a bit of a look round today and see what's going on. I did hear voices of them saying that they want to get involved and start practicing for this event for next year if it's going to be on. Enjoying it as well. So we'll definitely be getting in some practice on the tracks they normally come in for a couple of hours each week. So Eric taking the lead on this one. Just getting into the sixes there. Rick and Peter neck and neck. There you go. Been a long few days. So nothing in it there between Rick and Peter. He's trying to gain a bit of a lead on Peter and hold that gap, but Peter's pretty quickly behind him. Yes, we did run combis. Combi racing. That was on the flat track. We allowed magnets in them because believe me, those cars needed every bit of help they could have. Combi Volkswagen combis and the slot car track really two do not go together. It was one hell of a fun night. Lots of laughter. Really got to be gentle with the trigger on those things. It was fun. Look, the guys had asked for it, and these tracks are here to do what people want to race on them. And I've said that from day one, and 5.5 years on, I've kept it. I built these tracks together, put them all back together for racing, club racing, and for events. That was the purpose of putting this centre together. It was never actually intended to be a shop. That was just something that sort of developed over time. And it was all about just having the tracks here for guys to race on. And that is my passion, to see racing on tracks. But yeah, the combi race, the guys had asked for combis. It was a fun night. It will be on again. They've asked to do it again. So I think, not sure when that's going to be. It's not actually on our race calendar as such to be back on there, but it will be happening again. So as far as events go, what's next on our events calendar? So the next one will be JK Products IndyCars, which is a flexi car, shaped like an Indy car, sort of Formula One wide body. So they're next on our events calendar for, I think it is Saturday, the 15th of August. So that's our next actual event here, apart from the regular club racing. And then after that, we have Day of the Womps. So some of you guys who remember racing from way back in the day maybe remember the Womp. Well, it's still around, and we're still racing it. And IndyCars and Womps are basically introduced to racing here, and lucky enough, has spread around some of the other clubs as well, which is great to see. So Womp race as well, I think that's in October, I think. So somewhere in the middle of October for that one. So they're the ones, and just out of interest, the quickest growing class in America at the moment is the JK IndyCars Flexi Racing. That is the fastest growing class. We've been running it here for probably about 4 years now. We've got the guys at Port Macquarie have taken it on as one of their regular classes now as well. We have passed that disease on to them, so they're now running the Indy cars as well as they're on their regular club nights, just like we do ourselves, which is great to see. I'm hearing Penrith is possibly looking at doing the same thing. And while we're on the subject of Penrith slot
over.
cars, I do believe there's a lot of work going into that shop at the moment. Dan down there is putting a lot of time and money into some upgrades at that shop. So give it a few weeks' time. I don't think it's quite finished yet, but give it a few weeks' time and get yourselves down there. And those tracks, you'll find, I'm pretty sure you're going to be happy with the results of the efforts that Dan's putting in down there. So that'll be good to see another shop that's out there with some, offering some good racing. So keep an eye on what's happening down there at Penrith Slot Cars. I do believe I'm hearing good things about the work that's going on there. So good on those guys. As I do believe they're pretty nice tracks. It's a long time since I've been down there, but yeah, keep touching base, see where they're at with it all. I know there's been a few people making comments about the tracks down there. It's not the easiest thing in the world to keep these tracks in condition. It's not cheap. It's an expensive thing to do when you start replacing braids and everything. So have a bit of patience with the guys. But like I say, give it a few weeks, find out what's going on, get yourselves down there, and get some laps in on the tracks down at Penrith. So next up, we have got Mickey, Shane, Scott, Aaron, and Chris. Let's get these cars on the start line and see where we go. Ferrari FT3 there. It looks like Chris's one there. That's just going to where the other cars. Are they there? There it is.
Go.
A last minute there onto the line, but we got there. Chris straight across that line first. His reaction times are pretty awesome. All right, so Scott taking a lead in this one. Chris had the lead and looked like he had an off there and dropped down, unfortunately. Pulling a fast time of 6.99. Controllers of choice, a bit mix out there, to be honest. There is a fair few true speed controllers out there. Some Defalcos for certain out there as well, which are tending to be a good, reliable all-round controller for if you're running brushless as well. True speed has always been my choice of controller. But unfortunately, if you want to run brushless, true speed and brushless just do not match. And that's why quite a few of the guys have started to change from true speed over to Defalco. Some of the couple of guys running the new scale auto controllers, and they're pretty happy with them. So, with all in all, yeah, the Defalco is becoming a more popular controller again now. A little bit harder to get hold of sometimes. I do my best to try and keep them in stock, but they can be quite difficult to get. They're normally made to order, so there can be some delays in getting them in. Depending on what you're running as well. The thing is with the Defalcos, if you're not familiar with them, they have a chip that you basically put in, or you say it's a chip, it's a resistor block, which you can flick and change over, and it completely changes your controller. Changes the way the controller handles the sensitivity side of it. So the different ohm resistors in there. So I think there's a 162 ohm comes as standard. So if you want something that's a little bit more sensitive and doesn't react quite as much, you would increase that number. If you want it a little bit more snappy, you would decrease that number from the 162 that comes as standard. So Yes, so basically one controller can be suitable for all different kinds of cars by just changing over the module that's in it. I think they're around about $28 or something for that module. So it's not a great expense to have a couple of different ones of them. So for these guys that run flexi cars and wing cars, but then they also like to run the 132 cars, one controller, changing that chip or module or whatever you want to call it over, can give them a suitable controller for both. So it is definitely an option worth thinking about. So we've got Chris back in the lead in here now with 1.5 minutes to go. 28 laps there. Scott 28, Mickey 28, Aaron 28. So pretty tight there. Not a lot in it. So Chris fought his way back up there. He was up at the beginning and then had an off, knocked him down to fourth, but he got back his way to the top. Chris has raced pretty good, apart from that, just a shame of that bad start he has. Okay, so Chris's best time there, 6:999. So this is heat 19 of 22. So we're getting towards the end of the main race. So a few more heats to go, and we will find out who's through into the semis. So there we go, at the end of that one.
Heat
Chris pulling
over.
40 laps. Scott 39.7, Mickey 39.6, Aaron 39.5. So pretty tight there again. So let's try and go back to the race results there. Again, hard to tell who's where. Let's just see if I can go into bring it up a little bit further. Yeah, so the Wells is sitting on 145 and Nick. So Wellsy, Nick, Mickey, Aaron, Shane, Gary are all basically going to be on the same number of heats. And probably Chris as well, the 124. But unfortunately for those guys, you've got the fast guy like Anthony Saul, Paul, Steve, Kevin, Tim, Andrew and Steve C all still coming through to run a heat. So that's going to it's going to make a few changes there. And I think Rick and Wayne and that have also, and Dave have got 2 heats to go. So there's still a fair bit of changing and swapping around to go here on this. So next up here now we've got Steve, Paul, Andrew, Tim, and Anthony. So they're the guys that are up next. So let's see what's happening on the start line. And the car's starting to line up. So we go, heat 20 of 22.
5, 4, 3,
Come on,
2,
Marshall's on the track. They're
1.
shouting for.
Go.
You do find these 3-day events, as you're getting towards the end on the last day, people are getting tired. You know, and they're starting to step back a bit, and you really have to keep the pressure on to keep the marshals around the track. Especially the guys that are a bit disappointed that they know they're not getting through to the semis. But at the end of the day, we can't have everyone on the podium. So we've got to narrow it down somewhere. Yeah, not sure on the ACD controllers how they're going with the brushless, Glenn. Need to look into them a bit more, and my knowledge of those controllers is not great. So yeah, there's a couple of guys I was talking to a while ago that just developed new controllers. Um, and in the early days, I'd sent them some stock and bits and pieces down to basically I donated a fair bit of brushless stuff to these guys to help them do some development on the controller. And they have recently just brought a controller out, but unfortunately, it didn't tick the boxes for brushless. And that's their words, not mine. So the brushless controller that they were looking at, they eventually just put it aside and brought a controller out that was suitable for the standard brushed motor. And the development for the brushless one has been put aside for a while. So the ACD one, I'm not sure about how it runs with the brushless. I need to find out a little bit more on that one, guys, before I could make comment on it. There's a lot of good controls out there now, which is good to see, which means the hobby is strong. If we're bringing out controllers for something, that brings the hobby strong. People are not going to develop new products for a dying hobby. So whenever we're seeing new products like controllers being developed and brought out, that means the hobby is still holding strong, which is what we need to know. All right, so Steve's leading this one, followed by Anthony. No sixes in this. 7:007 by Steve. Nice quick lap time there. 7:07 by Anthony. We're not quite hitting into the sixes. But maybe me talking to the guys and telling them about protecting the tyres is paying off a bit. So neck and neck, Steve and Anthony, nothing in them. He pulled away a little bit there, and Anthony. No, Anthony's back with him. Look at that gap, nothing. Here they go, nothing to it, absolutely. And Tim and Paul also neck and neck. So you got Steve and Anthony coming round neck and neck, and then you got Paul and Tim coming round neck and neck. So Anthony's jumped in front of Steve just about there and made a bit of a gap. Paul and Tim still battling it out there, neck and neck, the two of them side by side. So Anthony just pulled that gap a little bit there on Steve. And Paul pulled a little bit of a gap on Tim there as well. So just stretched that little field out a little bit. That's all good. I might reach out to those guys and get a bit of a brief off them on their controller and see what they say. So there we go. Anthony just about only just kept ahead of Steve there, 41.55. Steve on 41.51. As you can see, Paul and Timmy were battling it out there at 40.82 and 40.73. And Andrew pretty much up there with them at 40.51. So there we go. Heat 20 of 22. Now, Anthony up there, is a fair few laps ahead of the others there. So he's running well. He's averaged there 7.1s compared to the others at 7.3s. Best lap times there 6.0. So we've still got a few to go. So we've got some of the fast guys coming through now as well. So you've got Kevin, Dave, Rick, Peter, Eric, and Wayne. I'm pretty sure some of those guys might have a back-to-back race coming up there, to be honest. Which we saw yesterday as well. So yeah, Eric's got a back-to-back. Eric, Peter, Rick, Wayne, and Dave all got 2 more heats to go. So yeah, some of those guys look like the Red Squadron has brought them in back-to-back. Yeah, get away from missed outline. Yeah. Yeah, you're not seeing the start line on this one, guys.
Five,
Well, at least he's
four,
not picking his nose.
3, 2,
Yeah, right,
1,
guys. Yeah, that.
go.
All right, heat 21. We're getting towards the pointy end now, so 2 more heats left. These are the fast guys coming through, and I'm pretty sure they might have a back-to-back here. Looking at their lap times. Look at those 3 guys at the top there. There's especially look Eric and Rick. Rick is chasing Eric down. There's nothing between those. No, Rick got him. There we go. Rick taking the lead there, just over Eric. There's nothing in it at all. They're neck and neck as they come round. Rick still holding just behind. Francis up to join us. I think you've finished, haven't you?
I think I've done all my heats.
These guys got a back-to-back.
Yeah, there was back-to-backs yesterday.
Yeah, but it looks like most of these have got a back-to-back coming through.
The top 6 yesterday went back-to-back in the last one. So,
yeah, and it's looking like it's going to be the same again.
It was 22 yesterday, so it's on exactly the same rotation. So
it looks like you've got a few laps on a few of them there.
Well, yeah,
but these guys have still got to come through. So
yep.
But you've got to be up there with them anyway.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I think you've no concerns about going through into the semis.
Yeah.
They can't take the laps off you now. You've done them.
No, they don't.
You've done what you needed to do, I think.
Car circulating all right. Had a couple of moments in the yellow lane in that first turn, but that was probably messing around with the controller a bit.
Do seem to be down on lap times compared to yesterday, everybody.
Yeah.
When you sort of look back at it, and you know your average lap time was pretty good compared to some of the others, but still averaging around about the 7.071.
No, yeah, they're not super quick at all. It's hard.
Well, a lot of the other guys are averaging on the 7.3.
Yep.
So just even looking at this now, you know, there's only 1.69 in there for Eric. And their average is 7.172 is what they're averaging. Which is quite interesting. You know, it's shouldn't be any different.
No, it shouldn't be unless they're just all pacing themselves.
But everyone's time is today seemed a little bit down on yesterday.
Yeah, the car doesn't seem. The car's handling well, and it doesn't seem super vibrant in a straight line, but.
Another question there. How do brushless motor ratings equate to brushed motor ratings? Not quite sure how I answer that one. Brushless, I guess, if you look at the brushless rating, if you've got a 3,200 kV motor, then that is basically saying it's doing 3,200 revolutions at 1 volt. So multiply your voltage gives you your RPM of that particular motor.
In 6,000.
So so that's how they're calculated. So the ratings in kV that you see advertised on the brushless motors is their RPMs at 1 volt. So they're getting up there, some very high RPMs. So some of the smaller ones, which are 1800 kV, are the ones that are going to be looking at giving you around about the 23, 24, whatever it works out at. 1,000 RPM, similar to what some of your NSR motors and stuff like that are doing as well. If that helps. So 30 seconds to go. All right, it's kept his lead on this one.
Yep, all pretty close. Rick dropped back, obviously. Must have had a little bit of a moment somewhere. But his best lap time's on par with the best, second best here. In fact, that Wayne Strong. So be interesting to see who goes through. I know Wellesley thinks he's on the cusp. It's hard to calculate all the numbers out. But,
so we'll have a bit of a look at the leaderboard at the end of this heat now. So these guys all coming through around about the 41 mark, are they?
yeah.
There we go. Look at that, it's pretty close. Look how close they are. So you know what I mean? What have we got there? 41.4, 41.1, 41.1. There's not a lot in that.
The one that's spread over that.
Yes, that's pretty good racing.
Yeah.
So let's go to race results and see where we are. Then let me just flick this across so we can see the whole. I'm getting good with this.
Yeah, you got that sorted out, yeah.
All right, so there's our leaderboard. So as I say, some of these guys here, your Eric, Peter, Wayne, Rick, Saul have still got another heat to do. So let's have another 40 laps onto there. It's going to take them somewhere just below the 250 mark. So they're going to head up there. Which is probably going to drop the guys from 7 or whatever down a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so those guys at sort of 7 down where they're going to drop. So I think the top 6 are going to be safe.
Yeah, because there's 6 to come in.
Yeah,
so
so
if
the
you have 7th at the moment, you have 6 to come up.
Yeah, so
really.
I'd probably say the top 6 or 7 are probably going to be safe there. And the others are going to come through, and we're not certain on 100% on them.
Nick can't get up from 12 to 10.
So Wells is pretty safe. I don't know if he was stressing about it. He was pretty good up there.
He could have losing 3 laps somewhere along the line or not, but I think he's
I'd probably lose more. Wells might losing his mind. He stresses so much, doesn't he? Yeah, right. So let's have a look.
He told me, he woke up fairly early this morning thinking about it. So,
he is. I think he's been having nightmares about tyres.
5,
He's so stressing
3,
about him tucking his tyres.
1.
Here we go. Yeah. It smells like she's getting it ready. I did tell her 1:45, so I'm probably pretty much on the mark.
Yeah, okay, righto. Cool. Oh, that's all off to an early lead here with a 6.9 and the best is 6.8. So good times early in Orange Lane. Eric's following him up. Well, the best in the 6.9, 6.955. And all the other guys sort of in the 7.1 for their best laps to stay. There's a moment there somewhere. So I've got a couple of cars, one off the track.
It's off the track completely. Just left the building.
2 off the track. No, it was he's reaching back for another. Give him.
3,
Dave
one,
in the
go.
purple lane would have been Wayne. Yeah.
Let's see who comes through there.
Well, Wayne, yeah, for a little bit.
Yeah, Wayne
So
would
they
be off.
car up.
He's better cleaning his tyres. Yeah, he's back on there, 17-second lap. So he probably hit the floor and draw it through and give his tyres a clean because it hit left the track and landed in the dirt.
You sit off back in there, so put on 7 Ps for saw at the top there, so 7.1s.
Throws you out when you get a track call. It takes you a bit to get you back into your rhythm.
Yep. Yeah, it depends on where you stopped. If it's just on a straight, you've got a little bit of time before you get to the next corner. Sometimes you pull up just before a corner, you'll try and not overdo it on the restart.
And the track call sometimes can stop you could get having that control. You can't the car to come off.
Yeah.
So they hit the button and you've lost the control of your car because the power's gone off and it can flick you off at the same time. That's another job we've got to do is increase the braking on that track at some point.
Well, yeah. Sort of spoken.
And doubling up the capacitors and cables, I think, on that one as well. There's a couple of areas I'm going to have to look at the brain as well on there now. It's getting a bit thin in a few areas. It's not affecting our performance as yet, but I need to get to it before it goes. Yeah, it needs a little bit more, a little bit of love. I think they are, aren't they? I don't think they are. I really don't think they are. They know they're through and
Yeah.
What we got there?
It's going to get in trouble.
Yeah, pretty much, innit? Don't stop your car. Last thing you need is just, stuff your car just doing you pretty much guaranteed to go through if you can just circulate.
Well, it's a thing. Surprised, like, just double checking it's not going well.
Alright, so I might click over to this other screen and I might just start to increase that a little bit to the wrong one. So just increasing that a little bit there so you can see. Yeah.
It looks like Eric's about to go past Tim, who was number 7 there previously, so
following
through as well.
So fortunately, Dave's dropped down to 13. So is Dave running now?
Yeah, Dave's running
now, so he could possibly go up.
I'm home.
So 30 seconds left.
Dave will come through, or would kick into the 12 here, and
I think he'll knock Tim down a bit, won't he? Dave and Wayne are going to come through and knock Tim down yet.
They don't get other to go. So it's
just squeezing through. So Dave squeezed through there. No, fortunately, Tim just lost out there.
That's a tremendous effort, first time here.
Yeah. Almost into the into a semi. What I might just do is
up to the full list, yeah.
We've got everyone there.
Could have gone 12-20 maybe. Put in it.
We should be able to get them all on there with the transition. Have we got everyone?
It was number 22 for me. He picked something 20, yeah, that's got it.
There we got it. So there we go, guys. That is too far. That is the heat list up there. So there we go. So top 12 of those going through. I am going to head down there and see to those guys. So we will be back racing shortly. So I'm just going to bring a screen up quickly, Anthony, before I come down to let the guys know we'll be back. Around about that should still be fine.
Pardon? Well, yes, you did. Top of the train. Yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. Well, run, guys. It's sure I get all the stuff like Definitely get something out of it. You're probably better than one. Often, you know, I don't know what I didn't think there was. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, no, the screen is there. Okay, I'm sorry. It's fine. It's not afraid. Right? It was like, I thought so. Yeah, I love it. No, but that's why we will listen. I can't find the fact. It's been fun and much. Why not? I know. I used to put a tiniest amount of side flow to check my oil after I flush them. Well, spend for 30 seconds, it's really smooth and takes no heat from the track. So I think that car gets one from you. I think that's the thing, highly right. So, anyway. It's always that short. I've never seen a grave on the yeah, it's I didn't back off at all. The car is dragging. Right time. It sure seems to be standing, but sometimes it's missing the noise. And on the trying out. You should do Already on. Well, she got somebody in. Don't mind a second. Oh man, that will come out, will come off. You should be already out. Yes. I'm sure it's right. If you think it's running more. Nothing. That's wrong. It's like that. I'm hoping for it. I'll be around here. When it's raining, with the bench on no, I'm trying to do it. I'm probably like, he said, no, flush it. He's with the very beginning. I've got a check with you for car. I think a class or something. Yeah. I mean, you get. Yeah. Yeah, no problem, right? Not too really. You're trying. Yes, even shape. You can have it ready. You know, for what we want to go. One of the like, like with that, you know, yeah, that's great. Huge and that's the other. It should be money. It should be going to be. You may go. No, 12 mile. That's what I'm talking. Kind of like with people like they fly out. Oh, yeah, I see. It's like I knew I had it somewhere. Really? Yeah. Well, I was hoping. But I think I was going to probably use the use. Right. Yeah. 2.5, 3 minutes. Like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I think 7. That's fine. You got a copy? We should probably put a copy to one. It's all being generated because the machines not wasn't for the bus energy it's for me, you know. If you're gonna get with never go, you want to turn to black. And then how many drive? Which eventually get the carbon, so I don't get the blood from the mix. If you get the carbon fly, carbon fly sliding. I'm not like saying I got it. Yeah, let's do that. Mother, yeah, I'm going to pop the thing off and speak to a few little shots. If there's not very really looking at it, I'm very like where I'm lost. Yes, and now it's one up. Yeah. I was scared. I thought that I'm saying, well, okay, so nothing. Hey, that's what we get on the hey. That's why yeah, man. That's all true. Okay. One mine or I know the food, you know. One person if you feel like mine, yeah, I'm shopping it, you know, I'm trying to sitting Friday, that's good. Good outcome for a good effort. That's all. Right there, it's not there. can't restrain me. You'll be all right. This can get enough. It's there's a few other things. Wow, trying to hurt me. You find the same thing you asked.
That's the only issue now. We've got to find a group to each other. It's realistically, you know, that's really what needs to be looked at. What can you bring down to have a group to this? Change the theory of that. You've got to try and keep it down. It's good. You know, it's to. Yeah, still doing yeah. Well, that's challenge your reading list. Try to bring to praise for the elder. Because it was very helpful. It's hard to pull the crowd, the songs, the type. It's always constant. The George and the arts and stuff. GT. Not many fun. They not schools. To explain why so great and it's like group is just so things that you should know yes there is yeah this was the which it's a I'm not going to have to turn on the bar. No, hold on. 85 years from that. Show me, right? That was pretty common. No, that's a good one for that. That's even when I thought on the spot, I got $3 for the youth. They have a question every time. That's not a good example. Yeah, although it was so again, it's quite on record. You know, really nice days. After that, so I was here when I was in yeah, I should be but then I'll have to look at it. Yeah, no, well, I got but again, got a ice on. I think my picture with a caravan. Because I normally don't ice on. So I'm going to it. Actually, the money's left to my crazy stuff. Once a while, sorry, but anything with the challenges. Yeah, they should. Only off. There's like that's it. No, it's just trying to we want to work on boundary and all yeah. I think it should for here, but yes, here's the
Well, I don't mind running my bike advice. I've got people like that. I don't mind you that. There's plenty of life with this. Or you can hold on. You can try to you can put this really down. You can say fine, it's right. I say the close side. Should I think? They leave it to the yeah, I want to go to the water grab it. And that's what you want. Yeah. But you know, the fucking matter. It's like a going or because it's not that. Then I can make a good quiet. Well, once. Like to make sure. Yeah, you don't get so attractive. So it's going to be pricey. Through the bottom guard. Right. If actually that then you can tell someone can get up, and you let them get up, please. It's a little bit as you surface as well. Never really like the whole barrel. I like the barrel. What is cleaned up? You ain't going for it. That's what it says. The best of it is from you then, whatever you're doing next. Possibly the time of the year, the classic for it. Yeah, no. Look, at the end of the day, sorry, I didn't think of it. Yeah, right, so you can help them. Stage. I look straight for it. Go Lord. Like Calvin Islands. There you go. Like Calvin. It's not even going. Yeah, no, it's not. It's only needed. Still a long ride. Yeah, right. So you've got better. Yeah, really. Down life in a couple of 17. You want you wake up with your but you just sleep with your what way you allow, I want to allow what way things. It's a very confusing thing, but what I think about it. That's the one that's falling on the change. You need to rely on. I remember I had to do, I had a car as well, things like that. That we got everything. I literally put my brother. Yeah, I wanted to do it. Yeah, it's all.
Keen to go there. I would go there a week, 2 weeks earlier, and spend some time there raking and bring it back. Yeah. Watch out more.
I'm from America. I'm halfway between Christmas and well, so that's right. That's right. We drove up and got it.
See, once they shot me, working.
You want to flush in our rooms? Flush in our That's why you got to the series the all the way finished. Yeah. That's right up. Yeah, so we're there, we got a good desk, yeah, a little bit of a bit different. Yeah. That's so sort of from this. Oh, yeah, I didn't reckon, yeah, after that, then on that. You know, this is the way. Real very, from that, right, you know. You know, we're not in for a year, I don't know, you know, just trying to look at the video. I saw, it's not very needed, but. I'm trying to, yeah, we're just that little light draw and stuff. You're gonna use that in the next half hour? Because we want to flush a motor, we are blow and you know, evaporate fluid in the motor as quickly as possible, right? And leave it to. That's all we got. You put it in the middle, they have share. One of the ones. They're gonna be off. I wasn't gonna worry about it, but I'm trying to do it. Trying to get something. When you flush it with also Joe go on 3 here and go on 1 2. Gotcha. See that. Try to if you can still blame. It's just let you be clean. Oh yeah. I got my wife. I'm just gonna drop your thumb and be breaking best. No, that's not. I'm gonna go. There you go. Contact cleaner. Better than that. Something like don't give the dog card. Yeah. Just go to one again and up still. Actually, that's a name there and going. No, what this we would know because possibly just gonna be shit night. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to move it for the holiday. Anyway, do a little water and put it in. And again, this water, you want to first you kill plant that. Yeah, you factor how you don't pressure in. Yeah, it's pressure pack, so it's through the hole. Oh, you got to whole lot of oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, with the motor, you should actually find the plan. That's all that is. Keep going. We'll see. You could show our fluids when we cut that And that's why I've got children out to my account. What is it? Which I know. Okay, just up this around yeah, yeah. It's like a half yard to them cheating and then we'll would you be against that? I didn't need my yeah. You clicking all that and that? No, yeah. I got too much shit to do. I'm gonna fix it more to chill. You asked 10 minutes instead of 5. Yeah, can we have one? Half an hour? We got an hour. That's what it should be. You got an hour one? Better. Keep everyone happy and make that racing even better again. I said you got one job. And we say, in fact, right. Yeah, that's the really picture. She's got a bunch of chickens off. That's one of the white I can't remember. They probably want to be gone for it. If you don't go, and like if you go, if you get right back to it. Yeah, there's that one to bring that. Just going on that too. Going down here, these machines. Reaction. Second. What I did was 9 minutes already there. I say, maybe you say that. You can have some. No, really? Second boy on the side, boy on. See, imagine. It's sorry, you want to careful watching like so that'll be that'll get taken something to talk about later on. The yeah, well, it's like saying I'll still watch like mine. I think like that's right. And with now, I've got Lydia. I can like to me. We're going to provide for them to be right from. Yeah, it's the kind everyone finish singing? Yeah, it's weird. You put it to a price of 10 now? Yeah, I go. 100% of the more minutes you give me, the more I'm able to accomplish. Wonderful. I know. I know. I was thinking what? Yes. Wow. Last one. The last one here. Half an hour. 10 minutes. I thought half an hour. It's such a hit. I will be
All right, guys. Let's gather around. We're going to get into the semis. So just get everyone here first ready before they grab their cars. And just make sure everyone's here. All right, so popular demand. They've all asked for 10 minutes to work on the cars. Makes no difference because everyone's getting the same. So seems it might be the last one we ever do. We'll do 10 minutes. You want? So, all right. So those guys that are through to the semis, you know who you are. Grab your cars. You have got 10 minutes to work on your cars. Don't make it 11.
many things. Many words required.
Sure, guys. Should have been finished by now for the big five.
Yeah, that's right. Running water all over me. Sorry, mate. Sunny water. Holy water. They holy water. That's what they need. Thank you. Whatever it is, awesome. Well, I thought I over there. Wait, someone else.
2.5 minutes left, guys. Body's off for scrutineering.
Here's what it is now.
One and a half minutes, guys. Let's start looking again towards the screen here. Anyone who's not through, feel free to grab your cars.
Here you go.
Yeah, up there.
And crown.
Third.
Second one.
Twenty seconds, guys. Get them up there. I extend it for you. Do the right thing. That's it, guys. Everyone should be here. All right, where's these cars? What we got? Right, how many we got?
Combination of things. Exactly.
All right, have we got them all in now or what? With anyone in the line? They're all in the line. It's good.
Just in case we need it, go wrong. Actually, that's not wrong with that. It's safe to have one.
Anyone who's not going through, can you come and grab your cars, please? Unless you're leaving them here for next year. So there is a next year. Good. All right, that's the questions that are going to be on. Everyone next to you guys. So those six that are up, grab the cars, do a few laps, get the truck and cars back in order. Alright, so I got 6 now. Got 6 down on the 12, 6 now on the truck, and with it. Yeah. Alright guys, we're gonna need some marshals around the track, so just it's the last stage, don't all start disappearing. We need marshals. Get someone on the call block as well. So get a few laps in. I'll get the live streaming up and running again. Sorry, Mark. I apologize, Joe, that is so fun. I do that coffee. No, I'm looking at the nice. The main word is that. I mean, yeah. Oh. Yeah. All right, good luck, guys.
All right. So, hopefully you've got sound back. So we're going to get back into the racing, guys. And there, the first guy is up. Let me just Want to see that? Get organised. Right, don't know what's going on here. Okay, guys, start giving it your last clean now, and let's get them on the line, and let's get into the semis.
Five.
Okay, guys, so it's back to it, and
one.
let's get into the racing. So heat
Go.
1 of 12. These are quick heats, only 2-minute heats. Steve, Paul, Nick, Dave, Kevin, and Wellesley in this first one. Let's wish them all luck, and let's see who gets through to the
Yellow
final.
flag.
Got a bit of a runner there, so a bit of a
3,
better track
2,
call than last time on that, so
1.
that was good.
Go.
Right, so let's have a look where we're going there. Looks like Wellesley had an off there. I heard the Wellesley, oh, come on, which he does when he comes off. Anyway, so Nick there taking an early lead on there, so followed by Paul, Steve, Dave, Wellesley, and Kevin. So as I say, only 2-minute heats in this one. And let's see how we go. Getting to the pointy end now. So we've got the semis, 2-minute heats, 12 heats, and then straight into the finals, which will be 5-minute heats. And that will conclude a weekend of racing. We've got to make sure we keep those marshals around the track. It has thinned out a bit. Some of the guys who didn't get through have left for the day.
Heat over.
All right, it's the end of the first heat there. You got Nick there at 16.5, Paul with 16.35, Steve with 16.35, 16.14. So pretty tight racing there again, which is what we've come to expect from this weekend. All right. So next guys, getting themselves organised. So Anthony, Eric, Wayne, Peter, Rick, and Saul. And this is let's see how quick these guys are going. Saul had his car going pretty quick towards the end of the main race. So these guys circulating a few laps now. Get them on that start line. There's the first one. Okay, so a bit of a mix out there. Look at that. All right. Here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
So first across the line will be Eric. So taking the lead there with a 6.77 quick lap. Eric 6.8. Fancy joining them in the sixes. Saul's got that car going nice and quick there, keeping the 6.8, 6.7s, getting a bit of a lead there. So a half a second lead on Eric. Anthony's struggling to stay in the sixes. He's got 7.0 there. Eric and Saul constantly staying in the sixes. Anthony in the 7.0s, Peter in the 7.1s, Wayne 7.2 sort of averaging. Rick's got some quick lap times there as well, but since we're down at the bottom, his average is not the best. So Saul pulling away a little bit there from Eric, just slightly, but Eric and Saul pulling away from Anthony by a fair bit there with a gap there, 2.8. Probably. All right, so there we go at the end of that heat. Saul takes the lead there with a 17.4.
Heat over.
17.3 for Eric. Nothing in it with these two guys. And a 16.9 with Anthony. 16.7, 16.5. So very tight. Quick look at the heat list. No, not the heat list. Race results. I'm better, I thought. So looking at those top six there, you got 17.4, 17.3, 16.9, 16.7, 16.5, 16.5. So yeah, two guys at the top, very tight. And then third position as well. Could be anybody's. So going back to the first group again now, Paul, Dave, Steve, Wellesley and Nick. Getting these guys on the start line. What's going on here with the what they're doing?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
All right, you're up into heat 3. All right, so Nick taking an early lead there. Wellesley hot on his tail, though, nothing in between those two guys. And Wellesley taking the lead. So Steve and Dave there battling out as well, neck and neck. And Nick's pretty much in that bunch as well now. Wellesley's pulled away a little bit, leaving Nick, Steve and Dave fighting out. Wells are keeping that lead, stretched a little bit of gap out there, but just over half a second gap. Well, 30 seconds left in this race. Wells is holding his lead there, followed by Steve and Kevin, Dave, Nick and Paul. So 10 seconds left. Wells has held on to his lead for most of this race. No, this heat, should I say. There we go. How tight is that? 16.6, 16.5, 16.5, 16.4. Pretty tight. Good on you guys. That's good tight racing. So heat 4 of 12. You know, these are quick 2-minute heats on this one for the semis. And the top 6 guys will go through to the final. And there'll be 5-minute heats in the final. Eric's throwing his car on the floor. Not what you want to do. Dropping your car, you know what I mean? Any weight or anything, you don't want to dislodge that. That's the last thing you need. Right. Let's get to the start line, see if the cars line up. So here we go. There's the first one on the line, ready to go. And that is Eric, I believe, in green. Anthony there in the middle with his Lister in red.
5, 4.
Right, here we
3,
go.
2, 1. Go.
Yeah, so first one across the line. So they're out with the second one. Yep, he's keeping that lead. I think that's pretty much a copy of the last heat as well. I think it was Saul, Eric, and Anthony. Rick getting into the 6s there, chasing Anthony down. Anthony pulling back a 6 as well then to try and get him off his tail. So not a lot in it there. Rick's chasing Anthony down, that's for sure. Bit of a Saul and Eric pulling away a little bit from the rest of the guys. The group is starting to split a little bit more now. So consistently doing the 6.869s. Eric pretty much 6.869s as well. Anthony and Rick doing the 6.9s and 7.0s. All right, so coming to the end of that first heat, Saul held his lead. That positions didn't really change much throughout the whole of that. So Saul holding his position from beginning to end and finalising with a 17.3. Eric 17.3, Anthony 17.0, Rick 17.0. He's close racing again. Yeah, all right. So let's just have a bit of a play. As I can see the whole board. I see the lot with that, and I can. So okay. So after 4 heats, that is exactly where we stand on the leaderboard. So currently, Saul, Eric, Anthony, Peter, Rick, and Steve going through. But pretty much Wayne, Nick, Dave, all of them all on 32. If you look at 6 to 12, they're all on 32 laps. Top 6 are going through to the finals. It is anybody's race, and that is for certain. It is definitely anybody's race. So, well done, guys. We're keeping it nice, tight racing. All right. So the first group back up again now. Let's get back to that start line. So we have got Dave from Victoria running his Toyota. We have got Wellesley, local guy, running his Porsche. Paul K running a Mercedes. Steve L running a Lister, and Nick. Nick running his Ferrari. So there you go.
4,
Complete
3,
different cars on the
2,
track. How awesome is that?
1. Go.
Anyway, that's the lot. Love the 18s. Had a town.
Yellow flag. 3, 2, 1. Go.
All right, so Wells are keeping an early lead there. 6.98 was this. Oh no. Showing a 6.98 there, but 7.0 showing on best lap there. There's nothing in this. There's half a lap that's going to make a difference of whether you're getting through it, whether you're not. Rosie holding on to his lead there. 1.2 of a gap between him and Kevin. Oh, 10 seconds to go. Oh, Kevin takes Wellesley right at the last minute. Can he swap back before the end of the heat? 5 seconds to go. Is he going to get him? No, no. Kevin's got a bit of a pull back there, so that's going to be as it is. So Kevin taking it there at 16.8. Wellesley 16.8. Steve 16.6. 16.5. 16.8. Everyone, look at that. And that is awesome. Awesome tight racing. So that is heat 5. Let's get into the next heat, and that will end of the next heat will take us to halfway mark. All right. So we've got Peter in green. So Peter's got green line, and he's running his Porsche. Sol is running his Ferrari in orange. Emp is running his Toyota in red. And we have got Rick. What's Rick running? His Ferrari 333. Anthony B is running a Lister from memory. And Wayne is running. What's Wayne running? Where you run up to, Wayne? He's running a Porsche. So a bit of a mix again. So let's these guys giving a last clean of the tyres. This one's going on the start line. Eric's Toyota. Ferrari there either side of them. Wayne there in blue that we can't see.
5,
The Lister
4,
there.
3, 2, 1. Go.
Right, so Eric's just across the line and holding that lead on Sol this time round. So a little bit of a change on the list. Anthony down at the bottom this time. So was previous heats have been Sol, Eric, and Anthony, but this one Eric, Sol, Rick, Peter, Wayne, and Anthony down at the bottom. Anthony's not getting into the sixes. What's going on there? Okay. So 7-0 for the last one there for Eric. He's holding his lead over Sol. Once he's jumped up one, he's 7-0 though. He's not got into the sixes on this one. So this the conclusion of this heat will take us halfway through. So Eric's kept a bit of a lead on this one. That's on Sol, Rick following tightly, go behind them all. And he's slowly working his way up the pack. But he's not going to reach Rick, so I think he's going to have to just be happy with his 4th place in this heat. So yeah, a little bit of difference there. Eric there finished 17-3, Sol 17-2, Rick 17-0, and then 16-7, 16-6, and 16-6 again for the other guys. So let's have a look. Let me just do a bit of a play with this again. Pardon me, guys. Oh, it's these. Sorry, guys. So leaderboard there showing Saul, Eric, Anthony, Rick, Peter, and Steve as the ones going through. Nothing much there though between Steve, Wayne, Kevin, Dave. So all on 49. So still can be anyone's race for the top 6 going through. Okay, 50 seconds to go. I will be back in 1 second, guys. All right, just made it back in time.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
All right, well for Kevin, Dave, Nick, Paul, and Steve. Heading us off in Heat 7. Dave taking an early lead there. Here we go through again. Dave holding on to that lead. Pretty close back. It's still keeping it pretty tight when you look at them. So 4 laps in, and they're still pretty tight. Oh, bit of a crash there by someone. Can you hear that? So 1 minute down. Wellesley now taking that lead from Dave. Yeah, he's pushing hard to get it back. Nothing in it between Wellesley and Dave. No, Wellesley's pulled away a little bit there now. 0.2 of a gap. Wellesley holding on to that lead now. Half a second gap between him and Dave.
Heat over.
So Wellesley did well on that one. Wellesley did well. Well done, Wellesley. All right, 16.8, 16.7, 16.7, 16.5, 16.5, and 16.3. So it's pretty tight. So that was heat 7 of 12. So these are 2-minute heats. So next up, Saul, Rick, Peter, Wayne, Eric. So Saul's in green. Let's see how they go. All right. So here we go. Let's see him line up on that start line. Heat 8 of 12. GT2 were quicker. Average lap times on the GT2 were quicker than the GTs. That's just what's showing up. I think we had a very similar result last year as well, from memory.
5, 4,
So the GT2s are going
2,
quicker than the GTs.
1, go.
All right, first one going to be crossing the line is going to be who? Eric. One lap in, Eric holds that position of the 6-8, Sol with a 6-8. Anthony B just pulling it through into third now with a 6-9. Not a lot between Eric and Sol. Bit of a gap there. Wayne and Anthony battling it out there for third and fourth. Anthony, yep, they keep swapping around. Good battle there going on there between Anthony V and Wayne Pepper for third and fourth position. So Eric keeping that bit of a gap there on Sol. He's doing well. Anthony's starting to gain on Sol there as well, actually. He's lengthened that gap between him and Wayne, and he's now hunting Sol down. So, oh, nothing in it there now. Who was that? Someone was off a herd car. Who was that? Wayne. And Anthony's took him. Told you that battle was coming. So Anthony and Sol both in gutter lanes. So blue and green are both the gutter lane. Still nothing in between Anthony and Sol. Sol's got him back. For Wayne off again. All right, so at the end of that one, Eric with a 17. He was the only one that hit 17. Is Eric through? Did he pass the line? No. No, he hasn't passed the line, Eric. There we go.
Over.
So Eric with the 17, Sol 16.79, Anthony 16.75, Rick 16.75. How close is that? What do you want, guys? That is awesome close racing. So let's go back to the results. So we are at Heat 8. Let me just increase this for you guys. So looking at that, after 8 heats, we've got Eric 68.9, Sol 68.7, Anthony B 67.4, Rick 67.1, Peter 66.6, Steve L 66.2. Not a great deal, isn't it? The boys at the top are probably reasonably safe unless something silly happens. But those guys there towards the bottom could swap around it anyway. So still a bit of an unknown who's going through. But Eric, Sol, Anthony and Rick looking a little bit safer than the rest of the guys. Okay, let's going into Heat 9. So we're squeezing a quick lap in. There we go. We're all on the line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. Here we're off. Heat 9 of 12. So 3 days of awesome tight racing here at RevoSlot with the RevoSlot Championships. So day 1 was the RevoSlot Group 2s. Day 2 was the GT2s, and this is day 3 with the GTs. Every single day has been ridiculously tight racing, and looking like today is going to be no different. So Steve's taking the lead in this one. And these guys are fighting through now for those 5th and 6th positions. So top 6 going through to the final. So we've still got a fair bit of racing to go today, with the final being the top 6 on 5-minute heats. And Wellesley holding the lead there over Dave with about 0.4 of a gap. Another 0.4 of a gap there between Dave and Steve. A little bit of a gap there, about 0.8 to Steve and Kevin. So just pulling it in now at the end of that heat. Every single person on 16. 16-8, 16-7, 16-7, 16-5, 16-5, 16-5. They are fighting, they are battling. It is tight. Does it get any tighter than that? 0.3 of a lap between the whole lot of them. Well done, guys. So next up, Rick on green, Wayne orange, Soul on red, Anthony yellow, Peter on purple, and Eric in blue. Yes. Right, so here we go. 45 seconds to go to get into heat 10. So after this heat, we'll have a look at the results, and the guys have only got one heat left. We'll get this heat 10 out of the way, and then everyone has one heat left to decide who's going through to the final. Let's get him on the start line. There's
5,
Eric pulling up in
4,
his Toyota.
3, 2,
Anthony's
1.
Lister.
Go.
And they're off. So, we're ready for the racing. Where am I going? Where am I going? There we go. And so Searle taking an early lead. Anthony right behind him and Eric behind him. It's a bit of a change and mix again there. So Anthony pulling a 6-9. Eric pulling a 6-9. So tipping him off there with a 6-8. Saul there now on the top there. 6-8, Anthony following behind. So 0.3 of a gap between them. Anthony pushing on Saul now, neck and neck. There he goes. But they're still neck and neck. Could swap over again at any point. No, Saul's down. Saul's down a bit. Wonder what happened there. So Anthony and Eric neck and neck now. A little bit of a gap there. 30 seconds left. I'm not sure whether that's going to change round now. 20 seconds left. 0.4 of a gap between them. No, I don't think that's going to change. Wayne and Peter, they're battling it out. No, they were coming into it now. I think that's what it's going to be. Anthony, Eric, Saul, Peter. Oh, quick change at the bottom there. Rick and Wayne. Wayne missed the come on. So there we go. 16-9, 16-9, 16-7, 16-7, 16-6, and a 16-3. So let's have a look where we are. Let me just extend that so we can see. All right. So we have got Eric on 85.8, Saul 85.5, Anthony 84.4, Rick 83.7, Peter 83.3, Steve 83.08. So they're the 6 at the top. We have got 2 heats left. That's 1 heat per driver. So everyone has got 1 heat to go to try and make that change. So let's looking at that. You know, you got your Rick, Peter, Steve, Dave, Wells, and Kevin. I guess are the ones that are going to be, I guess, worrying and fighting it out to get those bottom 3 places. The top 3 are pretty safe unless something happens. But yeah, the bottom 3 are very tight, and who's going to get them? Who knows? Okay. Twenty seconds to go. These cars on the start line.
Five,
Good luck,
4,
guys.
3, 2,
This is the fight.
1, go.
No, first over the line is going to be Dave C. Followed by Nick and Wells. It's pretty tight. Someone's off. Thought that might have been Steve though. No, it's Kevin. Kevin that was off. So Paul taking the lead there. Wellesley behind him. So Paul holding on to that lead there. Pulled a little bit out. Oh, heard a bit of a crash on the track there. Not sure who and where. Wellesley. Oh, just under a minute to go. Paul holding on to that lead. Dave and Nick battling out for that second position. Just about 20 seconds left. We're pretty right there. Ed could put a shopping cart on and probably win. Maybe we give him a skate electric next year. All right, so there we go. Coming into the end there. We have got Paul, Dave, Steve, Kevin, Weldy, and Nick. So Nick had an off there at the end as well, which cost him.
Over.
So there we go. So one heat to go. All right, guys. Let's see what happens in this heat. So we have got Wayne in green, Anthony in orange, Rick in red, Eric in yellow, Saul in purple, and Peter in blue. So that is the order. Let's get him on the start line. Eric placing his car.
Five,
Anthony with his lister.
3, 2, 1. Go.
Nope, the wrong button. Alright, guys, let's see how they go. Are you going to tell me that is frozen? That is frozen on the very last hit. You've got to be frigging kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. You have frozen on the last hit. You.
It's all in the book. You know, you're pretty clear. Shot like a lot of people on that big trip. You feel something as a tree. Tight and you yeah, on the day you got a bit of fear. Come with this, but you're the anyway. I mean, the money. I'm saying, policy and saying, you want to be up there. Next. It's always right there's never solve it. Yeah, get you some six from over there. So we get the top six into the middle shelf of Swiss. We're going to be organized. Yeah, the rest is classic. So you can ask, hold it off. Yeah. Let's get the top six together. So the top six guys, 5 minutes to work on your cars. Okay. I take a car sheet. First of all, guys, like quite a few of the guys have talked about going to the Lemon Tree Club after the racing, just for a few drinks. So, good luck to whoever's listening. So it's just around the corner. If you need directions, let us know. Half the guys are staying next to us anyway. Yeah, that's it. All right, so you guys ready to grab your cars in 5 minutes? So what you want to do? Grab your cars and. Here we go. I was waiting behind. They'll bring back one. Yes. Good job. So nice. One minute to go, guys. Stop thinking about getting in. Stop thinking about whether you should have touched it, whether you shouldn't. All right, guys, I'm starting these guys in now. Our engineer is here, ready to send the chicken cars. Okay, guys, so yeah. Give me a 4-month rest, really? Put the door in, and I'm gonna say that. Very much. This is basically a blow up next question.
Yeah, well, you should put those on. It works. Which one was good? I'm not following you on the line. Well, yeah, just down on the top. You can all that will get some lots. That's exactly. What do you want?
Five, four, three, two, one. Go.
Thanks, guys, for letting us know. We are back. I think.
We got Brian.
Is there anybody out there? Still nothing. Yes, there is. Trust me, it's there.
It's Sam.
It's coming back.
It's Sam. We're speaking.
We lost it for a minute there.
0.02 now.
So, I just saw a comment there about reading lips and all what? Okay, so it's still saying sound check, but I think we're pretty much back. There's a bit of a delay
Okay.
on there, but I can see it now. Yeah, we're back. Yep.
Yep. Okay. You're back. Well done. Thanks, Guacamole.
Technology.
Yeah, wonderful thing.
All right, so
Eric.
as we were saying,
Yeah.
Eric and
Well,
Sol on
quite a
6-8, looking like those two are going to take first and second.
Yeah.
It's a case of who's going to pull
gonna
through
be
for
the lucky one to
third.
get into third?
Peter's running pretty good.
Yeah. See, they've left everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean?
Pete's running with him, but he's a lap down.
Rick and Steve are pulling 6-9s though. Anthony's not, but he's up there. So it's just his consistency again.
Yeah, again, yeah. Yeah, really interesting too. Two of the
Heat
little short
over.
podcasts. What's Anthony running?
Lister.
The Lister, yeah. 2 Lister Storms in the final. Which is great. Gives everybody another option.
All right, sorry we lost sound there for a minute, guys, but
Well, Heat 1 done, and Eric's 0.3 of a lap. Or point. Heat's not far behind. Whereas Eric goes to red,
Right.
he'll be fast, Saul from purple. That's one of he likes to turn that into the track.
Clancy didn't normally do too bad in blue.
No, he goes all right in blue.
If he can find the pace.
Yeah. So yeah, Steve's gone to green. He's got a Lister. Pete's got the new Crema Porsche. Eric's in the traditional Toyota GT1. Rick's got the 333 Ferrari. Saul's in a 333, and Anthony's got the Lister. Seconds before the start of the second heat.
Eric just placing his car on there.
His car out there.
Yep, I don't think he meant to do that.
He blipped his foot.
He must have done it as he picked it up.
Yep. Now he's
It could have been worse. It could have been on the countdown and gone through and lost a lap.
Yeah, Rick's just pulled in with his 333. There's Steve with his Lister and the yellow one. Anthony will get there in the last minute. There's Pete with the Crema Porsche. Orange lane.
Yeah.
Paul
5,
and
4,
Anthony.
3, 2,
Where's Anthony?
He's there.
go.
He's in blue, so it's tucked behind the wall. Yeah.
Behind the wall. And the two boys are going.
Right, Eric through.
Yep.
First nothing in between Eric and Saul, neck and neck again.
6-8 second lap. Everyone else 7-0s. So they're just consistently got that little bit of extra pace. And they're wide apart too.
Yeah, nothing much. No one else pulling into the sixes.
No one else. If they'd slow down a little bit, it would make it interesting. Don't think that's going to happen. Rick's 7-0-0-0, so he's close.
Not a lot there between Rick and Peter.
No. Well, those pair have raced a lot together. Back home in Queensland. Anthony's, he's just got past Steve, so.
Rick and Peter neck and neck.
Yeah.
Nope, Rick got him.
Rick passed him. You know, he's slightly better than, so not that there's anything wrong with Orange. But, yeah, Eric's on the run. He's
Mm.
pulled out the last second gap now.
Okay. Just over 3 minutes to go. Eric's holding that lead.
Mm-hmm. Nearly got it out to a full second now.
Mm.
So he's creeping away slowly, tenths per lap. So he's certainly trying, as is everybody else, but no one else has quite got the speed. Another 6.8. That's 1.1 now.
Yeah, Peter Anthony and Steve have not got into the sixes at all yet.
Puts into the sixes. Pete just outside. But anyway, good. It's been a clean heat.
Mm.
So no one's crashing. That's good. Unlike myself. Came off fast car, but
Yeah.
couldn't get around the corner. And just didn't want to play. I just blew past Eric on the straight.
Mm.
Yeah. Couldn't get around the corner. Didn't want to go.
You just wanted to score beer again, didn't you, for the final?
Yeah, I did. That's well, yeah.
That's what it was.
Wouldn't feel right if it wasn't up here.
You just threw the race, didn't you? Tell me you threw it.
Yeah. Yeah. So finished sixth, ended up 12th. Gradually worked my way down. Never mind. Much better day today than yesterday.
So Eric holding on to that lead nicely there.
Yeah, yeah. Nearly up 2 seconds now. So
Mm.
third of a lap.
Rick and Pete are
Yeah,
probably
looking
going to
it.
be tight on who's where. We'll have a quick nose at the leaderboard at the end of this one.
Yeah.
And see where we're tracking. So slowed down a little bit, or is...
Yeah, he's 7-0 there. So Eric's down into the 6.9s. Pete's a quarter of a lap behind Rick now. Anthony's slowly gaining on Pete, so
Yeah, got a bit to do to get up there for podium position.
yeah.
So he needs to start pulling some 6.8s from somewhere if he wants to get back to the podium position,
Yeah.
I think.
Steve dropped off the space from green down into the 7.4s now, so he's just poking around now. Yeah, so got back into the close 7s, and Eric's still pulling 6.9, so he's pretty much half a lap lead in this one with the 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, just
That's all got back into the 6.9s there, so
following him round and hope one of them makes a mistake to help you get up.
4 for you, half a lap.
So a little bit more of not quite as tight as yesterday's.
Pete and Anthony were very close.
Where on where? So Eric taking a bit of a lead there.
Yeah.
And so pretty safe between the others. But when you start looking at third and fourth, Peter and Rick, and they got pretty tight. And Anthony up there as well, yeah.
So can be tight between those three.
Yeah, Eric's got a fair lead there.
He does. That'll be hard to sort of peg that. So.
5-minute heats, you get a little bit of a chance to pull them back. It just needs one mistake, and it's not necessarily your own mistake. Someone else comes up and takes you out.
Take you out, yep.
And that's you down. Losing a lap doesn't take much.
It doesn't take a lot at all. So Pete's going to green by the look of it.
Go back to the lines.
Anthony Yellow, Eric's going to purple and Saul's in blue, so they're next to one another. That'll make it interesting. They'll be able to face one another.
Yeah, that's it. And they tend to push harder when
halfway point, so um, they won't be mucking around in this one. We got Rick, Orange, Pink, Green, Anthony. This could Anthony could take back a little bit here on yellow.
mm.
Five,
How the other boys
four,
go.
3, 2, 1.
There's a cow
Go.
missing. There's a cow missing then? I didn't see it on the line.
I think Anthony, maybe
He's
he's
behind.
going around there.
Ooh, 9. Yeah.
Yeah, he's behind. Yeah.
Well, he didn't get on the line quick enough, I don't think,
No,
did he?
missed that one. So that's going to hurt him.
Unless he were doing something that's going to pull him right back on the 7th.
Oh,
Yellow flag.
somebody's off. So we've got a trap call. So.
3, 2, 1. Go.
Oh, Eric.
So
Yeah, it was Eric, 8.2.
and so
And so, maybe, yeah, because I thought it was in there, and maybe they had a clash between them because they're both next to each other, weren't they?
Yep.
Anthony got a 6.
Yeah, he didn't
So,
fix it, so he's
he's,
a bit of juice out of it.
Yellow line's a good line, I guess.
Yeah, true. And Steve's taking the lead on the red lane. Eric's just behind him. Rick's not far behind either. Saul snuck up again. He's past Anthony.
Creeping his way back up.
Yep.
I think Eric's going to just take Steve at any point here.
Yeah, Anthony's in the 6.9s now, so he's...
Yep, so there's Eric getting Steve.
Yeah, so he goes back to the front. Paul needs his half a lap behind him, so... Another lap and he'll probably catch Steve. There we go. He's got past him already.
On to now chasing Steve.
Yep. Steve another 6.9, Anthony a 7.0, 0.01. Not much between them. Peter just can't find any pacing green. He's just going to get his laps up. Well, he's had a great weekend.
Saul's not quite catching Eric there.
No. So now we're out to a full second. Steve hanging in there.
He's keeping that distance on Anthony. Yeah, so
6.9. There's Saul there. Okay. Here he comes.
yeah, so it's got a good second on him now.
Yeah.
And Steve's pulled a little bit away from Anthony as well.
Yep.
So it's not quite as tight as the last 2 days have been.
No, it was interesting. They Eric and Saul sort of just had the wood on everybody.
Yeah.
In the heats and.
But you know what I mean? You see Eric going around doing all the different events, different brands, and he's always up there.
He's always there.
And a lot of it comes down to tyre prep, and he gets his tyres spot on.
He's always thinking about his motor not being fast enough. But hey, seems fast enough here.
You got to help us if you did have a fast
If
motor.
we had a fast motor, we couldn't get anywhere near it, I reckon. But yeah, look, everyone else is slowed up a bit now. The last 40 seconds, 6 9s, 7 1s.
Yeah, have a bit, haven't
Yeah. Tyres are probably just getting a little bit
Started
to
to
the
get a bit
end
loose.
of their life now, and they're just starting to lack a bit of grip. Eric's very, very smooth.
Mm.
No, as soon as you get heavy on the trigger here, you just fluff these tyres.
Yeah.
Doesn't take much to plug them up quick. There we go, Eric again, and then just under 43. So,
We're going to be stretching that lead out.
yep, he is.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's a lap and a bit. And you pass Peter in the third spot.
Not a lot between
Much between
Peter and Anthony, that's for sure.
52, 8:45.
So those three can still go anywhere, really.
Yeah. And Steve's only a lap behind Anthony, so you never know. He could sneak up. Nice and close.
So what the lanes are they going into next for Heat 4? So we're halfway through.
So yellow. There he goes to blue.
That could pull him back a little bit.
Could pull him back a little. Peter will have a better run in red. Rick's going to green, so that'll. But he doesn't mind green. Anything orange, if he likes orange. He likes all the lanes. It's just better enough. Who's used to driving them all?
It's interesting that he seems to have lost pace in a lot of the races actually.
Yeah.
Over the last 3 days, Anthony's just not had
Not had
pace.
No.
Which is interesting.
It is.
And, whether it's something he's changed or what, but he's just not quite had him.
Yeah, I think he put a little bit more weight in the list. Where that he said it did need it. Well, we have uploading that championship file, making it a little bit.
Well, I have a list to myself, and it handles well, but it was slow.
Yeah.
So whether they are all, quite a heavy car,
Yeah, I haven't
which
weighed
could
in
possibly.
Same. I
So
like
where is he again? There he is, right at the last
Right at the last second.
he
Showed up.
leaves it every time, doesn't he?
Yeah, he pushes it.
But he does that on the club nights as well. It's always the last one on the line. Get that last clean of the tyres in.
Yeah, get the last clean in. Right.
Well, Eric, Sol, and Steve into the sixes.
Into the sixes straight away. Now the boys are just in the low sevens. Steve got an off. Eric's down to 7-1s. Sol 6-8. So that's kicked him out to 1.2 second lead already.
7-2.
So Sol's making the most of his good lane here. He's in the 6-9s. Well, Anthony's had enough there. He's just dropped back. Steve jumped both Rich and Anthony. He's right on Pete's hammer. Eric's still in the sevens. 6-9 for Saul, and we'll 6-8 that one. He's, Steve's now 6-9 again. He's liking purple. Anthony's dropped down on the bottom there, and Pete and him are in the 7-2s. They're not far off there, right? Check it out. There's purple, it's still in. It will be coming down into the main straight now, eh? As it's sold back on main. He's maintaining his pace. Eric's hanging there, but 2.6 seconds now. Steve's still in the 6.9, so
Well, Steve's done some good lap times.
yeah.
So 2.5 minutes to go of heat 4 of 6 in the finals. Fair few watching today.
That's good. Good to see. Oh, Eric's cracked it into the 6.9s. But he's still 2.7 seconds, or nearly 3 now. Steve only a couple of seconds behind him, so he can find a little bit more pace. The other boys are all in the 7.2, 7.3 range, so...
Well, Saul's pulled a bit back here on Eric in this one.
Yep, this is...
They definitely tightened it up.
He's still hot around the 6.8, so he's kept it nice and consistent all the way. Eric's put a couple of 6.9 together, so... But still 3.5 seconds behind, so... And Steve reeling him in. He's 1.2 minute to go, minute and a half, or minute 15, or so. He's giving it a red up go. You know, boys have all been lapped.
Yeah, I think that he lost his pace.
Yeah. Yeah, so put another lap on Anthony. And Eric's like 54 seconds, so he's nearly 3/4 of a lap behind.
He's definitely going to tighten that leaderboard up.
That's going to tighten it right up, isn't it?
So, 2 heats left.
2 weeks to go. Well, it's all go here. Holly, where did he start? Fred?
Not sure now.
No, I don't
Heat
remember.
over.
There we
There
go.
we go. Good win for Saul there, 43-2. Yeah.
Yeah, it's time to
He's
half a
tightened it
lap
up.
now.
Yep. Tricks. Steve past Pete. Just. And he made a little bit of ground, so not much between the bottom 4. One
No,
lap,
well,
just under a lap.
2 heats to
Between the
go,
4
but
of them.
yeah.
Yeah, so we're half a lap between
They're
the
not
top
going to.
2.
They're not going to catch them top guys, but
No way known, but
yeah, the
we'll
top
see how
4
that-
could swap around a bit.
yep. Yeah, it's going to make the bottom step of the podium exciting. That's where the excitement is.
In this one, yeah, it will.
Yeah,
I think the top's pretty.
top's pretty well
Excuse me,
settled.
Richie, are you?
They're going to be 1, 2. It's just going to matter of where they end up.
So yeah,
Saul's gone to orange. Can see
let's have a look. Let's look over to that one.
Eric will be on yellow. Oh my! Wow, that'll.
Could swap them around again. And
Yeah.
so
That could make Eric could pull out a little lead here. bricks in red, so that might give you a slight advantage. On the other boys. Where is he?
You'd be right on that last second. There it is.
There he is. And it's
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
It's all across the
Eric.
line. Eric's got him back.
Just got him back. Steve up there, Rick. Eric's 6'7". There's the fastest time so far.
He says, "No, you're not catching me.
No.
I'm out of there."
Half second gap already.
And that's going to be too much to pull back in one heat.
One heat, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the last one. Eric will be in orange. So probably be in green. And I'll be next to one at that.
So Steve holding on to that as well.
Yep. He's 6'9" and blue, so he's going all right. Yeah, the other guys just can't crack it into the sixes. Beating out you in the 7-1.
You guys at Slightly Mad Slot Cars said, "Nah, too much pressure. I'm not doing this race."
Nah, come on, have a crack. Bit of fun. Bit of fun.
So 3 minutes to go. Heat 5 of 6 of the RevoSlot Championships GT class. So
Eric's starting to stamp in the authority here. It's another 6'7", and
yeah, 2.5 second gap there.
Yeah.
There's got to be a point where you go, "I'm not going to catch. I need to stay safe to keep
Stay
the
safe,
second
keep
position
second,
in it."
yeah. Yeah.
There's got to be that point where you think it.
no point going it up. You only got 2 heats. Eric's probably going to get the better run of lanes. Yeah, he's been constantly 6'8", low 6'8s. Somebody come up, did they? Yep, Steve. He does.
He still held his
Still
position.
held his spot, though.
Luckily, he had a little bit up his sleeve that covered it.
Yep. Keep
The other hit there.
struggling there. It's
Is that-
7-2. They're just. He's good. He banged another 6'9" out there, so he's been good. He's probably got the car that could kick him in the third spot, so that'd be great for him.
Who's that?
Steve.
Steve, yeah. I think he's
Yeah,
pretty.
he's
He's
got-
holding it nicely there.
He's got slightly better pace of the bottom four. Anthony's down in 7-7 now. He's really struggling.
Yeah.
2 laps down on the lead. Eric's still doing 6-8s. All 7-8s.
Yeah,
Stephen,
he's really
8-8,
dropped
so he's
off,
just
hasn't
had
he?
another Austin's had enough of
He's
a gap.
got to be careful though. If he keeps
will-
doing
he
it,
will-
all needs a
he
slower
will.
marshal or a bad
Yeah.
spot to come off,
Bad spot,
and
and he's in stride.
you've just lost that position.
Yep. Oh, there he goes. Puts in a 6-9.
And he's pushing
6-7
hard
for
in it
Eric.
to keep that third.
Eric's got it out for nearly a full lap now. So he's the only one in 6-8s. Everyone else is 7s or better. It's all maybe birdie.
So I think as I reckon so backed
So-
off a little bit and just
he's
playing
just
safe.
playing safe. Yeah. He knows he's got second spot cooked up, so
Saul got the first yesterday, didn't he? Was he the first Saul got first in yesterday?
He got his first win yesterday.
Yeah, he got first position, didn't he?
Yeah,
So he's happy with that. He's got one. He's going on with one first position. He's happy.
First. Yep. Eric's pushing it. He's 6'8". This has been a good heat for Eric.
Yeah, he's really flown
Really
through
good
this one.
Another 6'8.05. So that's nearly as quick as he's gone. You know? 10 seconds in. I'm like 41. So the Toyota GT1 has ridden 798 on my last lap. So he's not mucking around.
He's not, is he? No.
43.8. So that's probably
Yeah, he's look at that.
coordinated.
He's flying.
Lead there. So yeah, he's got too much on Saul now. So with a heat to go. So
Look at some.
Rick snuck in front of Steve like 0.05.
Yeah, Steve's going well though. If he carried on like he was doing,
Yeah.
He's
It's going to be close between them. So this will
let's see
depend.
what happens if I do.
This will all come down to where those two have got the last.
No, it's not showing it.
The final heat.
Sometimes shows.
So Saul goes to green, Eric's on orange, Anthony red, Steve will be on yellow, Rick purple, Pete blue. So that's going to give Steve the advantage being on yellow. Yeah, well, this is a good battle for the bottom step of the podium between Rick and Steve. Pete's probably out of it.
Yeah.
He's down a lap. He's going to struggle to pull that back.
Rick and Steve, like you're saying it for that one.
Yeah. So he's pretty much got 1 and 2 sewn up.
And what are Rick and Steven? So
Steve's on yellow, Rick's on purple.
Yeah, a little bit of an advantage on the yellow, but not massive.
No. But the way Steve did a 6.9 on blue, so he's cast off. Whether he can stay on, he had a couple of offs. So he's just got to keep it on the track, I think. Yes. Slightly mad. 30 is up for grab. There's not much in that.
Definitely.
What do you guys think? Steve's on yellow, Rick's on purple.
Who's coming through, guys?
Who's coming through? It's only 0.05 of a lap at the moment, which is
5,
bugger all.
4, 3.
So go here. Anthony was already there.
1. Go.
Here we go. They're off.
We'll get back to the race. Now, first one across the line. Eric.
Steve's lagging behind. What's going on? Now he jumped up 6.8. Fastest lap of that heat.
Now he's jumping again.
6.9. Saul's dropped down. Yeah. Done a 6.9, but he's. Rick's going to not give up without a fight. Steve's still 6.8.
Well, Rick there with a 6.9 as well.
Yep. Saul's at a 10.
Like I say, he's got nothing to lose. He's got to push it.
He's going to push. He's having a crack. He's only half a second behind Eric is Steve, so he could really get a hit win out of this.
Hey, making sure that he keeps stretch that gap and from Rick.
Yeah, he's got pretty much got a second on Rick now. Another 6.8.
Anthony 7.4, best lap 7.3 for Anthony.
Yeah.
Whatever's happened to his car, it's not good.
It's not worked.
You know what I mean? I always laugh and joke saying you have 5 minutes to break your cars, but pretty often they do. You know, I just see it so many times. They come back lower than what they left the track.
Yeah. You don't want to change too much. I swapped my tyres over because I thought it was burning up one side, but I didn't do much else. I found the motor had sort of kicked when it fell off onto the floor.
Ah, yeah.
It had kicked up, the edge of the lip where the motor mount
Mm.
hole is. It had just pushed up over that, so I had to pull it out and reset it. There's still a good battle here between Steve and Rick. For the last 2 minutes, we go to the race screen and see what's
Yeah. We'll flick across in a second.
across. And
Eric's definitely holding
Yeah,
this, but
he's
look
got-
at Steve there, 6.856.
6.856.
He's pushing.
He's pushing. Yeah, he's down at the 7.5. So he's already very up. He's struggling.
He's not had the best weekend for Anthony.
Hasn't had a good weekend at all.
No,
He's made the finals every day. No, he missed yesterday. He didn't miss yesterday.
no, I think he was through to the finals.
He got through the
Yeah, I think he's
finals.
been in the finals in
He hasn't
every
been
one,
on
but
the
it's
podium.
just not.
Yeah, hasn't
It's
been
just
on the
not had the
podium.
pace.
No.
He's,
Steve, another 6.854, so he's on it.
You see, I see Anthony quite regularly do a 6.6, 6.7
Yeah.
with his Revos.
Yeah.
And not doing them now.
Nope.
Right, let's flick over, see what's going on with this
Yep,
Steve.
Steve's got
Steve.
nearly a full lap on. Oh no, Rick's back.
That was a bit of a jump then,
Yeah.
wasn't it? What happened there was there's nothing in them.
Yeah, I don't know where it's looking so much, but 38.2. Because it's 2.99. Yeah, right as they get collapsed. Right, coming down to the final minute. Eric's got this title thrown up. Saul's got second spot thrown up.
It's all between.
On the bottom step of the podium here.
It's all between Steve and Rick.
Yep.
Ooh, someone was off in the middle.
Someone was up in the middle. That could have been Steve.
And again,
Oh,
what was that? You heard the noise.
yeah. Oh. Someone's off it. Yeah, I reckon it was Steve.
Go.
Yep, 9.2. 10.0, so he's still hanging on to
still
second
hanging
now.
on.
But it's made
Well,
it
that
close.
was,
It's only half a lap in. It's 7.
Yeah, that was
7.178,
definitely,
so that's Steve.
definitely Steve there that went across.
Pushing hard, so
And Rick's in front.
yeah. And now when they cross the line, 20
seconds
to go,
left.
Steve will jump up
That-
and then Rick. Oh, Jesus.
That's going to be nothing between that.
nothing between
Whatever
them
happened
here.
with Steve then
Yeah,
could have lost
could
him
have
that one.
cost him the spot. I think he had it sewn up, but
Whatever happened next, it looked like the
last 5 seconds. Here we go. Who's it going to be? Rick's in front at the moment. Steve got him.
Oh, it just. That was
250.2
lucky.
and 250.15.
Whatever happened there in that, whatever happened in that last 20 seconds
That was great.
was,
Very, quite a dominant win.
yeah, it was a bit that.
Very good.
There we go, guys. I'm going to go down and sort these guys out down there.
Everyone.
Hmm? Yep.
kind of flat. Now I'm losing everything. It's pretty tight. It's nice.